Hi, everyone. We're going to start in just a few minutes. We're just trying to get everyone back in the room after the coffee break. So just give us a few more minutes and also to collect all our speakers for the panel. So welcome everyone. There's still quite a lot of people out there finishing up their coffee, but we already rang the bell at them twice, so I'm not going to chase them anymore. I think we'll just get started, and then people will join while you're getting introduced. I have the great pleasure to welcome you to this session, Clean Seas and Rivers in Asia, Promising Approaches to Tackle Water Pollution. So yeah, without further ado, I'm just going to hand over to you, Rich.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I hope we're going to continue the energy from the last session. I think Jess did a phenomenal job to kind of poke and have some fun at all the participants and also with the audience's help. It would be great if you're in the back, come on up to the front. Don't worry. This desk is too far in front of me for me to jump over and bite, so it'll be fun. So my name is Rich Brubaker. I'm the founder of Collective Responsibility. I'm based in China for the last 25 years. And I'm also the head of the American Chamber of Commerce's Sustainability Committee. So over the last kind of 20 years, I've been steeped into this issue, and I want to introduce the session, but I also want to kind of get a little bit personal about like the role of plastic. I don't think that any of you are necessarily need to be converted through statistics. We can kind of get into the tangibles here and talk about real action and the work that's being done here by this amazing group of people here. So this is, if you're in the right room, it's the Clean Seas and Rivers in Asia, Promising Approaches to Tackling Water Pollution session. And it's a collaboration between UNEP and UNDP. UNEP, you'd know, is the environmental authority shaping global environmental agendas and advocating for a planet and people's well-being, where UNDP is more on the global development side, working with 170 countries to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, exclusion, and achieve sustainable development. Together, they've been working together also with a COBSEA program, which is a 18 intergovernmental regional seas program across 9 countries in Southeast Asia and East Asia to reduce and prevent pollution from plastics and nutrients. This is actually where I was entered into a few months ago, speaking at another event in Shanghai about this, where really just kind of tackling this issue around clean seas and rivers. Now, again, we could talk about the statistics, but I'll just ask us a couple questions. How many of you have ever been to a river and seen something floating in it that did not belong? How many of you have ever stood in a body of water and been hit by something that did not belong? Okay, so we all know that there's a problem that's growing and that we need to solve that's very tangible to us. And I think this is something that came to me when I was actually in Jakarta one time, or actually I was in Bali and I was in Seminyak and I was in the ocean and it's just brushing up against my legs. I've done ocean cleanups for 20 years, but that was the moment where like, wow, we've got to do more. And so I'm really happy to have these four panelists here to talk about the work they're doing, what inspires them to do the work, and the progress that we're seeing. And so they're up here behind us, but let's kind of go through the four. We have Dr. Mohammed Mova Al-Haghani, and he's the Director for Centers for Regulation, Policy, and Governance. Next, oh, so I want to go with Gloria next. Gloria Ramos, who's the Vice President of Oceana Philippines. And then we have Maya Aruwaran, I'm sorry, I know I pronounced that wrong, COO, co-founder and CEO of GEP SARD. And she's the entrepreneur on our panel, so looking forward to that. And then we have Salsa, can you help me with your name?
Salisa Traipipit Siliwat.
Thank you very much. Project manager at the Environmental Justice Foundation. We're going to, kind of similar to format, ask a few questions in advance, but also one of the lessons I've learned from this great event is that you have amazing questions just ready. Like the minute I ask for questions, I'm going to see hands going up. And so we're going to devote a little bit of extra time for that because I want to make sure that we have this interaction between us up here and the experience, and then your questions, maybe providing some tangible answers to solutions that you're wanting to develop or a challenge that you're trying to overcome. So as a starting point, Dr. Mohammed, I'd really love for you to speak about a little about the challenges that you see in addressing water pollution in Asia itself, with a little bit of your practical experience that you've been seeing in the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, everyone. Well, I think water pollution is quite a complex issue because it could come from anywhere, right? We could talk about agricultural runoff, which consists of contaminants coming from fertilizers, for example, or from pesticides or from herbicides. And then we could talk about industrial wastewater pollution, so point source pollution. We can talk about pollution coming from plantation. There is a major problem in the Citarum River. It used to be #1 most dirtiest river in the world. But our government did a very, very strong action involving the military. Now I think the industrial water pollution has decreased, but there is still a lot of problem in two sides. One is regarding the household domestic waste. So, I mean, if you look at all the Asian city where we take a bath and where does the water go? It usually goes to the open gutter and then goes directly to the river. So lacking of sewerage infrastructure in whole of Asia, I think, except for the developed nations. And then we have a problem with solid waste. So lack of solid waste infrastructure. So everything is being put into the landfill and then coming out as a leachate, and then it makes the environment, the water, of course, dirty.
Now, we focus a little bit on like the rivers and oceans from, say, plastic and household waste going through that system. I know that the majority of the rivers, according to many reports that have a challenge, are within Asia. If you were to look at the stakeholders just on that one issue, not solid waste and some of the others, who is in this process right now that you would say is really critical to be engaged? Who is actually aggressively trying to address the problem, but just kind of stuck in trying to find their way through? Like, what's the stakeholder ecosystem? Who's important, and what are the barriers?
If we talk about business and human rights, I think the local community, which is not served by drinking water utilities, so they are taking water directly from well or from the river, they are really at a detrimental position. And we have to talk to the women because they are affected in so many ways. First, in my research, I encounter women's, they have to cook their foods. They put the water in a bucket and wait until the mud settles. So that creates a burden for them. If there is not enough water, they have to go to the neighbor. That's another burden for them. And then if the children get sick because of waterborne disease, that's also another burden for the women. And then we also learned that there are certain chemicals which actually harmful for the reproduction because it jeopardizes the reproduction of women. So women, we have to really talk to them, especially if they are not served with water utilities, because it disproportionately affects women. And then, of course, there are people who are directly dependent, their livelihoods on water, like we have farmers, which their rice fields are getting polluted from industrial pollution. And of course, we have industry. We talk with the industry, and then if you talk about what's the primary drivers for them, what's the incentive, and then they told us it's not about the regulation. It's not about that government is telling us to do something, but it's about their buyer and purchaser. The buyer and purchaser tell them to do due diligence, and then they do it because the requirement from outside. So that's stakeholder.
Well, I think, okay, the critical stakeholders, obviously who's being impacted, but on the solution side, government, business, nonprofit, who is trying to actually deliver? And are they facing a technical challenge, an economic challenge, a policy challenge? Like, where are we stuck in this system? Because we all know who's being impacted, but we're not seeing the delivery of solutions. Who would you say needs to move fast?
The government needs to move fast, especially with regards to extended producer responsibility. The industry is trying to do a lot. They're trying to take over their garbage and their plastics. But, you know, there has to be a system, we can call it a producer responsibility organization system, which is not in place in many places in Asia. So this is being done, the takeout of the garbage of the consumer waste is being done in a piecemeal basis and not through a coordinated system. So there are limits of which business or corporations can do. For example, I've encountered corporations, there are conditions in which their well water is being damaged because of industrial pollution. So another corporation is trying to deliver water to them, but it's not sustainable. They need to work together with the drinking water utility in order to solve the solution, because they cannot use the well water, and that's where the government comes in.
Gloria, I'd like to bring you in here and talk about your work in that collaborative space, bringing together stakeholders. What would you respond to this? Like, what's the role of government? What's the role of business? And how can we get them to collaborate better together?
Thanks for that question, Richard. And well, first of all, I want to thank everyone, the organizers, UNEP, UNDP, and everyone for having this voice to speak on behalf of a very important sector in the Philippines. With respect to collaboration, we have to do that. Because why? Environment is a shared responsibility. We cannot forever blame government for not doing its job. We have to ask ourselves, what can I do to help effect the much needed reforms that are needed? So where am I coming from? Well, the Philippines is an archipelago with over 2.2 million square kilometers of maritime domain. And we have progressive laws, but weak implementation. So how are we going to effect to have healthy oceans? In Oceana, we have this save the ocean, feed the world. And that reverberates in our country. It's so important. Fish is an important source of animal protein. And thus, there's compelling urgency to have healthy and resilient oceans. Overfishing, rapid decline of fish stocks, climate crisis, and pollution will cause the collapse of fisheries with dire consequence. So we have to work together. One important factor that has to be in place is respect for the rule of law. We cannot have a level playing field if some sector has the voice and the eyes and ears of the decision maker. But we have the law to change behaviors, to effect the reforms, and that's what we've been doing. Effect a participatory, transparent, accountable governance under the rule of law, and we have had wonderful reforms taking place. But if that doesn't work, and as part of our right to participate in decision making, citizens are given this right to sue government or agencies for not doing their job. And I will explain that later on how what we are doing. Another is human rights education. We want the business community to be involved, but if they do not realize the extent of the impacts that are suffered by our most vulnerable sectors, especially those in coastal communities, the women, the children, a lot of them are malnourished, stunted growth, then they will not be able to really effect the much needed reforms that have to be in place and they have to respond to. I'm not blaming business sector, but really there's a need for education for all. And this phrase of you know, everybody being on board as to the compelling urgency to work. The one being left behind, unfortunately, are not just the vulnerable sectors, but the key policymakers who cannot connect the dots, who do not realize how important it is to use data, to use science for decision making, and to include all stakeholders in the decision making process. So that's a key challenge, and we have to recognize that collaboration that have to be in place. But before that, if we are to have the level playing field, there has to be the rule of law. We have to ensure a healthy and really strong rule of law, human rights education, and before we can understand why we have to be working together to effect a healthy, sustainable, and resilient ocean and planet for everyone.
You bring up a couple questions that I have here, and I'm going to try and link them together, hopefully in one coherent sentence, which is, you mentioned enforcement is a challenge, and I'm curious, what are the roots of that challenge? And from there, to your comment about businesses need to be aware, and I would argue empathetic. Should we realistically expect companies to be aware and empathetic of these issues that you mentioned? Or is it more a matter of the lack of enforcement or the challenges around regulation that need to be solved first, so that there's an economic framework or a reporting framework that helps force a little bit of that empathy or that awareness into the system?
Both are interconnected, actually, because while the law is there, name it, we have all the laws: Climate Change Act, Ecological Solid Waste Management Law, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act. But if these are not implemented and no one is held accountable, we adopt the polluter must pay principle, precautionary principle. But if our enforcers are not armed with the knowledge and, most important, knowing that they will not be subject of harassment suits because they are enforcing, then there will be weak implementation. That's why it's Oceana, for example, as part of our work in effecting, the campaigns, we do capacity training for our enforcers, capacity training for our prosecutors, for our judges, because there's not much budget allocated for that, which is so important. Why? Because if you don't support our enforcers, they will be too scared to do their job. So we have a very good measure. Apart from citizen suit, there's anti-SLAP or anti-strategic lawsuit against public participation, which applies to enforcers, where if they are harassed because they are implementing the law, then there should be a defense saying this is strictly a harassment suit because I'm doing my job, and so this should be dismissed. I am a survivor of that harassment suit because I fought for our rights to have healthy and balanced ecology. I was sued by a governor for malicious prosecution. We sued because it's a citizen suit. That's a right available to us. And it took the court 7 years with no hearings to rule on my defense that is a strictly harassment suit. So that crisis gave us the opportunity to capacitate our enforcers and our citizens to assert that. And we have been able to help several enforcers for dismissal of their suits. And that has really helped a lot. And for the business sector, if I would really advise that they rely not just on what the agency tells them on the requirements, but they do a very independent due diligence work on the legal framework of the country they're in. Philippines has a very strong legal framework for protection of our rights. It's in the Constitution. Even before the UN declared it as a right, then we have all these various laws and even punitive actions against destroyers of our water, of our air, and our other natural life support systems. So that is also an obligation on the part of the business community to do their job. But there's been recent developments which we really welcome. Our non-traditional partners now would be the Securities and Exchange Commission. They require sustainability reports from the top 700, and these are the publicly listed companies. We took that as an opportunity for us to engage, not just with the Securities and Exchange Commission, because we know they have to be capacitated in assessing these sustainability reports, but to reach out to the private sector, that we have to work together. They have to understand what the issues are, confronting our people, confronting our environment. And so we did that, and we continue to do that. Another is scanning the horizon. We have the central bank. The central bank came up with a green financial management framework for financial institutions and including banks and investment houses. So that is a very solid support coming from our non-traditional because they are not mandated to protect the environment. It's the Department of Environment and others. But we really have to look at opportunities where we can really directly engage with decision makers, and that's what we've been doing.
Thank you very much. I have a number of follow-up questions, but I want to get to our next panelist and try and actually bring some of these things together. So, Celisa, you were with the Environmental Justice Foundation. I'd love to have a little bit of introduction to the work that you recently did with COBC, where you looked at ghost gear, toolboxes, and to talk about the recent work and successes that you've been seeing in that space, kind of tying off of Gloria's comments.
Yeah, I totally agree with Gloria that everyone has to come together to work, and it's even more but also in the horizon. I feel like these days when we have discussions about environmental protection, about human rights, we have to admit that there are still some people who are being left behind from the discussion. And I think the role that we need to play here is that how do we really not only just to listen to them, but include them in the discussion and have them heard, like be heard. So what we do here at Environmental Justice Foundation, we have a project called Net Free Seas, which we try to connect local communities who are actually being the one discarding fishing gear waste. And traditionally before, without the traditional system of waste management being given to them, some of them burn the net, some of them, just discard it into the oceans, which is not their fault at all, but it's just that there's lack infrastructure. And, what we want to do is that we want to build that infrastructure and we want to build that ecosystem. We want the government to be involved. We want business to be involved, because in order to, build and promote toxic-free rice-based circular economy, we need business to be there, because who else is going to recycle the nets? Right? So, but what we came up about is that, how to balance all the interests, the interest of the community, the interest of the government, the accountability, and also businesses, which was really challenging, I would say, at first. But I think one thing that is, sometimes slips out of the mind is the goal. And sometimes when we have these external factors of, who will gain, who will lose, and who does what. Sometimes, even though I know people in this room, we care about the environment and we care about human rights, but with these external factors, sometimes along the way we kind of forget, what we are trying to do here. Are we trying to? And there are decisions that we need to make, and for Net Free Seas, we would always emphasize our stakeholders that if there are options that we need to make, and if there is hard decision to make, then we will decide it based on environmental and the people who are affected first. And by doing that, saying it's easy, but in real life, it's not that easy, right? So what we do is that I think, it's just a common practice. We bring people together. We encourage business that we work with to go visit communities at their own homes to see, what is the struggle? Why is it so hard to clean nets? If you're not fishermen, you don't understand how hard it is to clean nets, right? But also for the communities to visit factories and to see how, business will have to run. Sometimes like they just don't understand each other. And also we bring the government in so that they witness it. And in the future, we hope that they will be the catalyst instead of NGO, because, we're not going to be here forever, obviously. So, and building that right now, with the Net Free Seas project, I think it has become and turned from a project into a community. We have like a group chat with, all the policymakers that we work with, communities and businesses. And we can see that, these days, like without us having to connect them, they start having their own conversations. They start having their own like exchange and asking for help and making everyone really like a project member of something. And I feel like that is a really important factor, like for any initiative that we want to bring people together to make everyone feel that they have ownership within this space. And that's how I think any initiative should do to sustain.
Okay, I think we have a teaching moment here. I'm a huge fan of immersions, and actually 2 weeks ago I took 25 people in Shanghai, including my son, on a Thursday afternoon to the Lego factory to learn about what they were doing in sustainability. And that was the day before they put out their RPET report, right, saying they're going to walk away from RPET. But the immersion itself was transformative for some, and I'm curious on your thoughts of what do you see as the power in your work of these immersions, and what do you do to build a good immersion? An immersion could be a field visit, a factory visit, just getting people out of their office onto the ground. Like, what's the power that you see, and how do you construct the best experience?
I would say that like there's so many moments that I feel like, this is what I've achieved as an NGO worker, because that was one time that I bring a factory who's already agreed to work with us, but they still don't really understand, why it is so difficult for communities, as I said, to comply with what they want, and also with the financial, I guess, procedure that, when you work with a company, sometimes you have to wait a day or two to get money and stuff like that. But then I bring the CEO with me on a motorcycle to Got Payam, and which is like with the red dirt road, and to explain to them that, sometimes like being a fisher, you get money each day. If there's no fish in the water, then you don't earn money. So, it is very important. And with that, when the CEO goes back to the company, then, changed the procedure and everything to accommodate the communities, but also not only, big businesses having to change for to be able for this to work, but we also bring communities also to the factories so that they can see why they need to wait 2 days for money. And we can see that some communities, when they go back, they call us and they say like, now I understand. Maybe I would talk to my community members that if we want to sustain our business as an entrepreneur, then we need to come up with a better accounting system so that we have enough money to cover and we do not need money instantly all the time. So, I see, that emergence and having people coming out of their comfort zone, and also having people to be able to express and talk directly, it really creates that sense of empathy, I would say. And I think it's really important to have that sense of empathy when you want different stakeholders to work together.
So it kind of layers into Gloria's previous comment about the awareness, the empathy. One tactical question. Do you take one CEO? Do you take the whole organization? Do you take government and business and nonprofit all together? Like, what's the best model for you?
As I said, like we would come up with a strategy, obviously, like, oh, we want this person to be here, but it's not always the case, right? So what we do as an NGO, and we are flexible, we approach everyone, and whoever says agrees to do it first, we make them a champion. And I think that would encourage other people to follow, because I know it's good to come up with a strategy, but also the flexibility in the work needs to be there, and also we need to, I guess, give every people a chance, I would say, and give them equal respect, that even though they're not the CEO, but if they are the champion within the organization, they will push for us. They will push for us to be heard. They will help us persuade.
Thank you very much. Marie, last but certainly not least, you're the entrepreneur. You are the weird one on the panel, because you probably see the world a little bit differently. You see the challenges of regulation, the challenges of enforcement. You're probably empathetic to the cause and the people involved. Tell us a little about your story, how you got involved, and the work you're trying to do.
I was working in oil and gas industry for about 10 years before I founded my company. So today I'm wearing two hats. One as an entrepreneur who quit the capitalist world and tried to change the world. The other hat that I'm wearing is I serve my client who are the private sector to do the good job and the whole agenda of why we're here today. So I think my company provides that sort of solutions for private sector to achieve what they are set to do. We all mentioned here about the EPR in Thailand, which has passed the draft legislation of the EPR last month. I think it has been submitted to the Pollution Control Department. We were together at the session. I think we have to understand, I think everyone has advocated here that to solve environmental problem and human rights, we all have to work together, private sector and public sector. But one thing that I have learned in this job and something that I carry on from the capitalist world is the model that we should aim for, it could be something that may not sound very pleasing to some of us here, but government mandated and let the industry operate it. We talk about flexibility. We need framework from legislation. It can be clear as far as the criteria is concerned, but the how to get there, you give us a goal. I think as a private sector, we work with targets all the time. We're very equipped and familiar with the quantitative targets. So as long as the legislative framework is clear on what to do, you give us the targets, we should be able to get there. So I advocate for government mandated industry operate model in this matter. The second thing is empathy. I really like this word. I think Kun Salisa really nailed it here. In terms of the collaboration, empathy becomes a buzzword for us to work with communities. In my work, I work with everyone. I work with the communities. I work with informal waste pickers. I work with the aggregators that are one of the biggest networks here in Thailand. I work with global brands. I work with municipalities and the government. I think this topic brings everyone together, and everyone has different agendas. The challenge here is how do you strike a balance and create a common vision for all the stakeholders. So what I do is to listen to all of them. In most meetings, I don't get to speak. I'm the one who takes the minutes. And after the minutes is done, I take those notes and quantify them. That's my job. So what does the government want? By when? How much per year? What does the community want? What's the problem? We talk about the source of water. Just to give you an example, we were in Rayong trying to solve one of the community problems in terms of waste. In Rayong, we have a lot of landfill sites. Just to give you an idea, I'm not sure about how you have been to some parts of our country besides Bangkok. Imagine the football field, multiply that like twice bigger. down 10 meters, a huge hole for a football field. In that capacity, it could take about 150,000 tons of waste. You have no idea how big that is, isn't it? In a nutshell, Thailand produces about 70,000 of waste a day. So that huge football field deep down in 10 meters can only be filled by within 2 days of waste we generate. So that pollutes so much water source in the people around that community. Nobody drinks the water from the tap. You go and visit the communities, everybody buy water bottles. So what do they want? I don't think they want money. I think they want us to understand, how are we going to put the price on someone's health, right? So I think that those agendas start to emerge as you work on this project. And I had the privilege by quitting my job and work on this thing with all of them. And once you start quantifying all of these interests in these agendas from different stakeholders, you start to realize that there's actually a quantifiable vision to accomplish together. And that's how I start my work, and by pulling everything everybody say into one common vision that can be quantified and define the time frame for it to take action.
But in doing that, you also have to kind of see that other people's vision isn't necessarily aligned with the outcome that you're hoping to see. So I'm curious, as the entrepreneur, how many times did you walk into a meeting and be like, this is the wrong way? And then how do you convince people that yours is the better path, or that they should join you on this common vision?
In businesses, you want to do good, but the business environment requires you to do well, right? So that's why Kun Salisa mentioned the hard question, hard decisions that have to be made all the time in the conference rooms. How can I prioritize, the livelihood when the ROI is lower than the business proposition? I think striking a balance is something that is conceptual. What I do is, again, I quantify everything and I identify the risk first for not doing it. But together with that, I often tell my clients that imagine if this works. Don't imagine if it actually fails. What do you see if this works? And I think giving that positive vision really broaden this perspective that they can do more, and taking them from I want to do well to actually I can do good kind of mindset state.
So I got into the Seminyak case study because I was in Bali being asked by someone that was there to look at the landfill, which was the tallest thing on the island, if you don't know. So talking about the 10 meters down, it was probably 40 to 50 meters high, and it was right on the southern coast near Turtle Island, and that's what was sweeping all the trash up to Seminyak Island. For me as an entrepreneur, what I did was I took that information and I found willing participants kind of in your mindset of there's people who are going to see the opportunity and there's people who can see the risk. And I found retailers to be probably the most interested at the time. This is also, turtles and plastic straws and the seahorse and the Q-tip, like at that time when everyone looked at the brands. And I'm curious, for your clients, which brands view risk first? You don't have to name them, but which industry maybe a little bit easier, and maybe why? And then which ones are seeing the opportunity and why to be as a business part of the solution?
So obviously, when we talk about coastal and marine rivers, we generally see from tourist attraction places, right? All the packaging waste. We can agree that most of the brands they serve are beverage packaging, and that comes in the forms of bottles and cartons. I think that's the most commonly found in tourist attractions. So I think the second question is,
So what industries see the opportunity in solving this problem more so the risk itself?
So if you ask my clients, they don't want to be in the headlines by the NGO and say, "Oh, you please do something," and whatever you do is greenwashing. So they see all of those as risk anyway. The moment they see bottles, this is a risk for them because it could be seen in the news the next day and they're going to be on fire. The people that actually see this as an opportunities are the ones that participate voluntarily in the EPR scheme. I work with some companies that are actively steering towards pushing the EPR to be mandatory. And I have the privilege to work with those who kind of wait and see type of state of mind. I think when they want the laws to be passed as quickly as possible, they see that the moment is about to come where they can actually take actions on these leakage problems. Whereas the people that see this as a problem is, how much are we going to have to invest in cleaning up this? And I hope that my brand won't get in the news.
I had suggested to one large chemical company that they should stop donating money to schools and put everyone on a big container ship, all their PhDs, and just figure out how to take all the polymers out of the ocean and to create a new material from it. And they said, that'd be impossible. I'm like, well, if you don't try. Okay, so we still have about 15 minutes before I'm going to open up to the group here. I have a few questions that have kind of come up here. And the first one, I think, for me is I keep hearing on a regular basis, not just in this session, but in others, the role of regulation, but also the challenges that government face in either creating or enforcing the regulations themselves. And I'm curious, in recognition that this is a challenge, I'm curious, what do you see as holding the governments that you work most closely with back? Is it the economic uncertainty that keeps coming up? Is it the lack of investment, like who's going to pay for it, or the infrastructure? Is it the lobbyists, or is it just the lack of awareness or the catalyst? What do you see as holding back true regulation and effective enforcement in your areas right now? And it's open to, I love perspectives from everybody. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Doctor?
I think the government would still be focusing on economic growth, and they are afraid if they put a lot of enforcement that would put detriments to their efforts to open up for investment. And that sort of hinder enforcement and more stringent regulation. I think that's what I see is happening in Indonesia, for example.
Yeah, same with Philippines. It's still the economic factor and the lack of knowledge on the impacts of their decision. But this can be avoided if they're of the participatory mode, because we have seen local governments are really embracing partnership, not just with the business sector, but with civil society, the academe, and they're doing great. They receive awards, recognition. So I hope that change of mindsets will come, but it will come only through education. And I'm just amazed and marvel at my colleagues' experience and thoughts about this. It's really important to invest while the kids are still young and plant the seed of compassion. That's why it's a continuing effort, this education, and if we need to capacitate or exposure, as you mentioned, because through exposure you can see the impacts of policies or non-implementation. Still vivid in my mind is, we're doing an audit of implementation of our solid waste management law with the ombudsman. And I saw a pregnant woman carrying her baby. She had a small baby and burning the plastics. And I had to approach her, please, that's damaging you, your baby, and the fetus in your. So, that I think for those who are really deeply immersed, you would think of ideas and opportunities by which you can bring in all stakeholders together. Thank you.
From my side, so now I'm going to talk as a person who really cares about the environment now, not from a CEO of the company that serves the private sector. I think we should stop fantasizing about CSR projects that help clean the ocean, for example, or rivers. I think now that the law has been everywhere, we need to encourage companies to take this systematically. I'm talking about the change in how they operate, talking about the plans, replace coal with something else, come up with a better design for the packaging. Can we move to mono material rather than multiple? Can we standardize packaging without PVC labels? Things like that. And I think if we can together stop that fantasies about, hey, let's do PR about cleaning up, I don't know, a river or an ocean, which nobody can do alone anyways, and make it like, dude, this is your job. Before you go out and clean the rivers, can you prevent that from happening in your own plants? And make sure that your industrial waste don't get leaked. Make sure you hire a decent operator to take care of your waste disposal from the plants rather than cut costs on those things. So those are the things that I really want to encourage the government and those who have the legislative power to enforce.
So you answered two questions, which is my next question too. The future of business. What's the gap that you see between the regulators and effective enforcement in the space that you're in?
I think the enforcement is too bureaucratic and cumbersome. It gets very, very process driven rather than a result oriented one, which I can understand, but maybe I can be absolutely wrong because I'm coming from a business world, right? So if we can actually talk about the laws and the expectational requirements of the law in a plain, simple language that, hey, this is what you have to do, I think that could be much more adopted, by private sector. It could be, binary, but I think binary sometimes stands for simplicity, and that's what I stand for as well.
How uncensored can I go here with the government comments? Okay, I think the first thing from my personal experience, I feel like there are a lot of initiatives that, the government is trying to push, but one obstacle would be the instability within the government itself as well. And I think in Southeast Asia, we probably understand that, like we're changing the governments all the time, and also how territorial each government can be. Even like the last government has put in place amazing solution for waste management. But I mean, it's the last government, so let's start again, in a new government. I think that is one of the challenges. There's the lack of continuity, but also like when coming up with regulations and laws, I think I want to go back to my first comment about having the goal and putting environment first. I feel like there's still a lack in that vision, and also that I'm not sure how to say this in English. โลกสวยค่ะ like what's that word?
Too optimistic or
too optimistic, yeah. So like in the sphere, in the venue where we talk about environment, I feel like environment is still being given less priority than the economics and the social issues, when actually it is interconnected. And also these days, with the climate change, with everything that is going on, those who are impacted first are the poor people. And also, in order to give them the safety net, like during COVID, for example, there's so many people turn into, the oceans, they go back to fishing, they still go to the forest and, find something to eat. But without the safety net of the environment, like we can't talk about, the economy, we can't talk about anything else. So I think there needs to be the emphasis that economy, social, and environment is actually on the same line, and it's not something separate from each other. The last thing, I'm not gonna elaborate, but I feel like it's just not being under discussed within the the regulation and also the government issues is still the corruption. Also, as well, is something that we need to talk a little bit more about it. Like, who is behind, not changing regulations and making the work better, right? So, yeah.
I won't touch that one because we'll have to go back to Bali and I'll tell you more about that. Okay, so I'd like to. I have a final question, which again I struggle to kind of bring all the things together. So for some of you who know, I do podcasting and I will talk for hours about some of these issues, and I just find it fascinating because we're in this space where governments are struggling, business is struggling, and the impact on the community level, they're obviously struggling, and there's no clear path forward. But I want to kind of draw us back down to business and say, okay, if we recognize that there's a lack of resources and infrastructure because we're in the environments, we're in the economies and regions that we are, we recognize that government regulation and enforcement for various reasons is not where it should be to drive better behaviors or better awareness. And we're also kind of, I would say through the theme of this conference is we're seeking out business to be a greater part of this problem or a greater part of the solution, be less of the problem, but more of the solution and a seat at the table. I would ask you to, each of you maybe comment, and we'll go from back to front this time. I was asked, like, if you were to think about like who would be the best business in this space to solve this, what would they be doing today to actually address this issue? And not necessarily, we've talked a lot about the short-term challenges as of today, but this is a generational shift. And oftentimes that's the actual problem is the policymakers are doing things or, stakeholders are making decisions that feed them today, but we really need to be talking about 10 years, 15, 20 years. So if you were going to be looking at a business to see if they were best in class or they were really leaning into this as the opportunity for themselves or their business model, what would they be doing and how could you work with them?
I think right now, if I own a business and, I want to survive in the future generations, I would look at, all the international corporations and also instruments these days that are being put in place that, now gearing towards a more sustainable world. I also would look at the younger generations and also the needs of the younger generation that right now are always on the internet that they want a better world. I would take into consideration those things and then build a business plan that is inclusive and also that would actually really make a difference when it comes to sustainability. I feel like it is very important for business not to only look at what they are gaining right now, but also to gauge in all the instruments and also other factors that will make them survive in the future. I feel like it's all about survival. We can't say that, okay, if you are doing, if you are a polluter right now, you should end your business. No, I feel like, if you want to go on, it has to really look at what you can do and what all the knowledge that you have had, all the lessons learned that you have, have acquired can help you to survive your business to survive again in the future. And I feel like sustainability will need to be there to help with the survival.
For me, the best company that can do this is, if at all possible, should not be a conglomerate. There should be small companies. When you are thinking about conglomerate setup, they're driven by profits no matter what they say, right? And the bigger they get, the more profits they need. And that's what it is in the business world. So if we could imagine the world without big companies today, what if all the, poultry who likes chicken here, this whole industry or milk or anything is decentralized? What if we have more than 3 brands of stuff we buy? Things will get more localized, right? And I think when we start to think about localizing, decentralizing model of the businesses, first, the footprint will be less. The profit-driven agenda will be less because everything will become in the smaller scheme. So as long as they make profits to be self-sustainable in their financial reports, they're fine. but once they start getting bigger, that's when the financial priority kicks in. So I think the best company would be a small, medium-sized enterprise, in my opinion.
Okay, my turn. You know, the reason why we have all of this problem is because environment has been externalized, and this is prevalent, especially in the mindset of the business community, who have more influence on the decision makers. There's a trend, there's a bill now filed in the Philippines on natural capital accounting, which should mainstream the value and of ecosystem services, which we take for granted. And I think that will go a long way, coupled with the mechanisms now being done, such as sustainable reporting. This really pushes business sector to really perform its mission to profit, but not at the expense of the environment and the people. But it requires also a very strong political will on the part of government. Because if you just, and government, not just government, but also of other stakeholders, we have change agents in government who I believe can help effect that. So I mentioned about the new players now for protection, such as the Securities and Exchange Commission. That will go a long way, and apply this not just to big companies, but to all companies. We have the extended producers responsibility law, but it's applicable only to the large corporations. So make it applicable to all, because the purpose is really to have our right to healthy and balanced ecology really protected, not just by the state, but by everyone. It is our responsibility. So for me, that's the responsibility as well of the business community.
I'll probably take a more technical answer. Been doing a work on human rights and environmental due diligence with the UNDP with a focus on water pollution. The objective is to provide a simple guide for business in order, if they want to comply with human rights and environmental risks in water, so what are the things they should do? So we'll build a self-assessment checklist looking at the technical aspect, so looking at water quantity and water quality, how water is being abstracted, and the effluent standard, and then the allocation mechanisms, and also lots and lots of disclosures regarding quality. But when we're doing that, we're looking at, actually, it's quite really huge and broad. It's quite difficult, actually, but it's fine for the time being, because we just want to know, if you want to comply as business, what you should do, and the list goes very, very long. We have to look at the chemical management's part of the company. What kind of chemicals are they using in their product, in their packaging? Where are they storing that? It's because the storage of chemicals can influence groundwater and then pollute the river. We're looking at where do they put their waste? Are they a part of the EPR scheme or not? And then whether their mechanisms of operation and productions, would it jeopardize the local community in terms of vulnerability in climates or not? So it's quite a long list of challenges, but I think the HREDD is really something that the company can do in order to try to mitigate the risk and try to internalize the cost to the environment and to the social and to other people.
Thank you. All right, with that, as I promised, I'm hoping for about 30 minutes of Q&A from the field here. Already got the first one. All right. Wow. See? I knew once you said it. All right. So I'm going to take these in twos. I found that two is a little bit easier for me to manage with my gray hair here. So I'm going to go the lady over here and the young gentleman up here as the first two.
Hi, good afternoon, morning, I think. My name is Mimi Vu. I'm from Vietnam and representing an ESG consulting practice called Raise Partners. The reality is that we have to deal with the market. And the market right now is that it's cheaper to produce virgin plastic than it is to recycle and use recycled plastic. So what kind of mechanism, and this is something that it's a reality, it's a truth, we have to acknowledge it and we have to find solutions for it. Of course, there's behavioral change and reduction of plastic use in general, but we will always need to use plastic in all aspects of our lives. So what are some of the recommendations for that the panel has for mechanisms or ideas in order to make the market so that it is cheaper to produce and use recycled plastic than virgin plastic? Knowing that there are also vested interests, for example, maybe petrochemicals, oil and gas companies that provide a lot of the raw materials that make virgin plastic, there might be some resistance for that. So what are the ideas and mechanisms to flip that? Thank you.
Okay, so hi, my name is Hanling Li. I'm from China representing Toxic Free Corps, and I'm still attending school. So currently I'm working on an underwater robot to clean plastic waste and also to detect oil pipeline leakage. So my question is what do you think are the prospects and challenges of using technology to solve marine issues, either in terms of business, NGOs, or government perspective? And which aspect of technology do you think has the most prospect in the future for tackling marine problems? Thank you.
I think I'll take the second one first. Mohammed, Gloria, other technology? Maybe Mohammed, go ahead.
I don't know much about marine because my expertise is very much in water law, but I think and I think it's important to treat pollution at the source. It's also important to actually clean up using other technologies in the marine or in the river, but it would be better to actually prevent them at the source, I think. And that's the first thing. And the tendency with technology is they sometimes, when they are produced at scale, they produce another risk. So the technology must go along with the governance. There is always a solution, technological solution, something, but which is good and is important. But we need to look at the governance solution. So because sometimes these technologies could produce risks that needs to be anticipated.
I think you mentioned the pipeline leakage problem, right? So in oil and gas upstream, where I came from, we usually have to do a pipeline integrity maintenance anyway. But I think when it comes to technology, it has to be tied to the legal requirements, because sometimes we only do what the law says. We don't do more than what the law says. I'm sorry for being cynical, but that's how the real life is. So we do a lot of seismic shooting. We do pipeline scanning. And the problem with the subsea wells and all these pipelines is it's dangerous to go into the locations like where it is the source. So the technology that helps protect the people that work in that space would be one of the things that you should look into. There's a company in France called Kairos. They use satellite data to detect CO2 emission. And one of the first cases that they found was that in certain area, when they looked at the satellite data, they found that there is somehow a leakage of CO2 emission in one of the areas. I'm not going to name it. And it turned out that when they called that space, it turned out that well was leaking. The gas well was leaking. That's why it caused a spike in the satellite data. And that's one of the things you can do. But for the subsea ones, I think that could be very useful. Focus on the safety of people. So once you make this operation preventive maintenance wise safer for the people to do, then you can actually prevent the leakage, because right now it's really difficult and dangerous for a human being to go on there very regularly.
Yeah, I grew up in an environment where I think we were more sustainable. We didn't have plastic bottles. We grew up with refillable bottles, for example. We don't have to have new technology, and it worked because we never needed plastic bottles for our needs, and it also gave incentives for us as young kids we will return the bottles and then we'll be given money for our needs. And our refillable bottles, for example, can be used 20 to 50 times. So imagine if you use that, we continue to use that, then there'll be trillions less plastic bottles in the world. So it is a very climate-friendly option, and we really have to think long-term on what the impacts would be of these microplastics that are really everywhere.
So I'll just add a few things. Coming from China, I've seen a lot of tech come out, and I just wrote a report on water and air pollutions. Three things. One is, do we need more technology or not? Like, is technology actually the answer? The second thing is, if it is the answer, it's the answer for what? I mean, technology is a very broad stroke, but are you talking about data collection, monitoring from overseas, or actually fixing the problem? And I think third is the most important maybe for this region is who pays for it. Some of the most successful cases I saw of technology deployment was where the provider worked with the Chinese government at the national, provincial, the tech zone level, or within the state-owned enterprise to find areas for deployment against problems that they knew to be common. And so they shared that economy against that technology for deployment. And in specific cases where there was a benefit, it wasn't just technology for technology's sake. And I think we often allow that to be the excuse to not do something today. We'll find a technology. With the second, I like to take Mimi's question actually second, because I know you were all scribbling notes. I knew this was going to be an active one, because I would actually argue with your economic premise, but I want to hear what they have to say about what they're seeing as well.
Yeah. So for me, I'm no economist, but I feel like one thing is that, if everything is cheap, it's also not something we want to, see in the future, first of all. But obviously, we do understand that, coming with mass production, everything has to be like the cheap or cheapest. And one thing that we can do in in the part of this emergency is to tax virgin pallets, or to also make what do you call plastics target recycle content. What is it? Yes, yeah. I'll say yeah. So and also in the legislation, there can always be mechanisms that can help with the economy, like with the subsidies for those who are using recycled content, and also putting a target on recycled content as well, so that it becomes more available. And yeah, so I think it's always to look at not only to make things cheaper, I feel like, but also, to leverage that and to make it actually more market driven.
Me? Okay. Recycled content. Okay. I work with the RPT for quite some time now. It's apparently just like any other business model. So there's this demand and supply. The problem with the recycled material is it takes a lot more effort at the beginning and upstream to clean it before it can be used. That's why it's so expensive. The second thing is when it comes to recycled materials, there is inconsistent flow of the feedstock. And that's why it's expensive. And the third one is there are not that many players who can do this because the CapEx investment is huge to build out a plant to recycle PET bottles, for example. So if we take this case just like any other business case, it would be how can you sustain the demand? As long as there's a constant demand, there should be business entrepreneurs out there who want to provide this as a supplier, right? Second, we talked about the subsidy. I think the subsidy here, the good news is there's going to be an EPR implementation across the region, and the PRO will be the ones that somehow pay for this. So that means this would be systematically encourage all the recyclers to, to take more feedstock from the garbage or waste management companies. So that means that feedstock would be more regular and maybe cleaner also, because there are incentive throughout the value chain to collect, sort them well, pre-treat them well before they reach to the plant. The problem with this model is not particularly to something as common as RPET or our recycled HDPE, because these are two very common materials. You will face these problems when it comes to multi-layer plastic packaging. think of your snacks. Think of your juice boxes. These are the packaging that are hard to recycle. And today the cost of collection that is so high that it is so economically impossible to scale up. So as a government and private sector, I would really encourage these two to work together to incentivize for companies to open up more, to explore technologies and innovations to recycle these materials in the future to drive the cost of production down so that we can actually use this in a larger scale. And I mean, we will never see a price of rPET in comparison to virgin, because when the crude oil is cheap, you will always go back to virgin, right? So I think we have to live with the fact that there has to be a law mandated. I agree with Kunsalisa that the recycled content, can we bring those targets by 2030? Come on, bring it closer to, I don't know, in the next 5 years. And I think when we talk about plastic roadmaps here in our country, can we start fragmenting it into 5-year plan, 3-year plans, rather than a 20-year-old roadmap? So that would be my take on it.
So this is where I was going to come in, and she mentioned this a little bit. It's about the nuance, honestly, for me. The economic cycle, the material you're talking about, and where. In Shanghai, we followed 80 different shipments of different materials. Not a single one went to waste. Everyone went to factory within 2 to 3 hours because there's an economic incentive. And we followed about at least 120 recyclers and talked to them about how much money they can make and how they generate. And one of the things that the city did over the last few years is they actually created a household separation. They used to be just like everywhere else. You got one bucket, one truck, go. They went to 4 buckets, and they have red, green, brown, and black. And what that did was it actually helped to clean, to prevent some of the cleanliness issues of the recycling, to improve the efficiency, but also the feedstock. But that only works because they have a major manufacturing center called the rest of China behind it. You know, in Vietnam, I saw very different things, and in Bangkok, I studied here as well. You see it differently, and it's just depends on the material, the economic development where we're at, and what global need there is for corrugate box or for different materials. So, in many parts of the world, like St. Louis, Missouri, my hometown, once China said we're not taking your trash anymore, there's no economic incentive, no reality for that process, and you aren't wrong. Virgin was a lot cheaper for Coca-Cola than it was for recycled. So regulation comes in. All right, next couple questions. I have the lady on the left there, and I will go up front, and then after that it'll be 1 and 2. So, lady on the left. Yeah, no glasses. That's easier.
So good day to everyone. I am Mia Ang. I'm still a student studying environmental and sanitary engineering from Mapua in Manila. So marine pollution continues to be a significant issue in the Philippines, with plastics being the main pollutant. So as a developing country, there is no denying that plastic is easily accessible and proves to be affordable to the middle class, which accounts for majority of the population. So in the rehabilitation of Manila Bay, the government focused on its beautification instead of targeting the main problem, that is marine pollution, the factors, pollutants contributing to it. So in that situation, although environmental organizations and the professional were against it, with scientific data presented on why the laying of crushed dolomite does not really prove to be a solution, the government did not listen and still proceeded with the so-called aesthetic rehabilitation. So my first question is, what would it take for the government to really listen and to apply solutions provided by the professionals? My second question is, in terms of plastics, since again, it is the main pollutant in the country, what can be the solution as an alternative to it being used? Because although it can be agreed that living sustainably and applying zero-waste lifestyle can be exerted, the lack of privilege with regards to education and the means to financially proves to be a barrier to that lifestyle being lived by.
Hi, this is Dee, representing Inno Community Development Organization. Part of the job is to make sure that the workers the workers right in the aqua agriculture, and part of our job, one of the project for us is to go to the Bimavaram in India, in eastern part of the India, to deliver the education and also to set up the hotline to make sure there won't be any forced labor, child labor, stuff like that. And interesting thing is when we communicate with our workers, one of the things they're very, very aware is the ocean waste. They're afraid of the ocean waste will, sabotage their the harvest, and also at the same time, they are very aware of dumping the waste into the deep ocean. So on the contrary, when we talk about the IUU, irregulated, unreported, and unregistered, the IUU is illegal, yeah. So when it come to the IUU sector, it's difficult for the anyone to have a sense of understand and to control the ocean waste for the people to for as a receiver and producer at the same time. So my question is specific to direct to Salisa. So how can we, how difficult it is, or in what way shall we to communicate with the business and the government to combat the IUU in order to enable environmental justice?
Laura, can I ask you to take the first question?
Yes, and I have an answer, a ready answer for that. Actually, the law I mentioned, Republic Act 9003, which was enacted 22 years ago, if fully implemented, would have made us the leader in terms of sustainable waste management in the world. Why? Because we have a policymaking body constituted. This is the National Solid Waste Management Commission, which is tasked annually to come up with a list of non-environmentally acceptable products or packaging, which is defined as that which is harmful to the environment, non-recyclable, non-biodegradable, of which plastic really falls into that definition, but which is forward-looking. It did not mention plastic because the lawmakers envisioned something which can be non-plastic, but which falls under this category. So the effect of that annual listing of non-environmentally acceptable products and packaging would have been to ban the production, the trade, the usage of those in the list. And that's one reason, in fact, this is a basic cause of action, in suing the government because they have not performed their mandate of coming up with a list and banning single-use plastic. So this is a pending case, and I'm glad to say we see so many young faces here. 50% of the 51 petitioners were young people and children. In the Philippines, we have very liberalized standing to sue, that even children can sue for their future. So the case is pending. Our motion for summary judgment was granted, but there's a clarificatory hearing set in November. But apart from that, under that particular law, our government should have created policies for a shift towards alternative packaging, which does not harm the environment and the health of the people, but which is not being done. That law is perfect, but very weak implementation. But I hope we can work together on that and ensuring this fully implemented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And also, I really empathize with the fact that now IUU is also having gained, I would say, like less priority. Also is also in Thailand just now. We had a new government, and also that we are trying to unlock IUU, meaning that we are trying to maybe making the business better by I guess overlooking the fact that IUU is still prevalent, and I think it's quite concerning. But one thing is that I think is quite lacking from the venue that we're talking about IUU is to bring in consumers into this as well, I would say, because right now businesses like big fisheries companies, they are trying to address IUU on their own, and also the government is also trying to address IUU on their own. But also with so many things going on, we also need to take consumers into this issue, right? Do you know where your seafood is from? Do you know, like who caught your fish? What kind of fishing gear is being used from which water? And I feel like bringing in, consumers and creating that transparency that people do understand and want to know where their seafood is from is very important, and also it will keep the I guess the drive and the willingness to combat IUU from the government and also the business to sustain. Yeah, that's what my view is.
Hi, I'm Kabir. I coordinate coordinate Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers, and I have a couple of questions. One is specific to what do you do with the plastic recovered from the ocean? Like, we don't have recycling facilities for contaminated plastic, and the only set of facilities is burn them. So that's not a big solution for it. So that's one, because a lot of our people, ocean-bound plastic is being recovered because it's non-contaminated, but the plastic recovered from the ocean is not. The second question is actually to Mayuri. We were learning about in the morning about your work. How do you manage the sense of empathy of working with waste pickers and informal waste collectors with the private sector clients? Because you have a very different set of power relations and very different set of people who are poor versus people who are organized and have their own things in place. So how do you manage those dynamics in that space, especially when you're playing the role of facilitator? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Kayan. I'm a researcher from the ASEAN Research Center at Asia School of Business. I'm from Malaysia, where we have an entire plastic economy like the rest of the countries in Southeast Asia. I guess the question that I have is sort of addressed, I think, by the panel, but I think I'd like to expand this a little bit further. I guess my concerns are like, in terms of like current business practices and supply chains, a lot of the redress towards like making it more sustainable, being more conscious towards like reducing the use of plastic economies is still centered around the idea of recycling and like the feasibility of it. But I wonder if there would be more radical ways of like implementing legal measures or government or policy efforts towards kind of like a more aggressively approaching a more radical reimagining of supply chains, in the sense that how do we reduce our dependency on plastics in general? I recognize that for some parts of the industry, like medical industry, for example, plastic still remains like a forefront of a lot of like the materials that's used to being produced products. But I guess that's that question in which that like even with the processes of recycling, about 10 to 15% of recycling waste still becomes microplastics that still leaks despite measures to try and capture and control it. And I wonder if would there even be a more radical way to just like figure out how on this level of businesses, SMEs, and as well as MNCs and the governments themselves to really just put a stop towards this idea that circulation of plastic economies is still a feasible and sustainable measure for the ecosystem that we have. Thank you.
Right. So what do we do with the contaminated plastics? With the PET bottles that we collect from the ocean-bound plastics projects, there are actually one or two recyclers in Thailand that can do pre-treatments to clean them and put them back in the normal textile industry. When it becomes non-PET bottles, we're talking about, multi-layer plastic or flexible packaging, things like that. They are used in our RDF plants, waste to energy plants, and they are used in our cement clean production today. Is not a great solution, but at least it's not open burned. So we can mentally live with that for the time being, because we focus more on, we talk about collection for recycling so much, but we need to be realistic that not everything can be recycled effectively. So right now, the solution is to use it in the RDF plant. I think the second question is, how do I create a sense of empathy for the private sectors when it comes to informal waste pickers? I just want to broaden your minds here that in Thailand, not all informal waste pickers are poor. I'm not sure about other countries, but in my country, they're not necessarily very poor. They may look dirty because that's their line of job. So how do I do my work in that regard is I try to understand their agendas, and based on my interaction and dialogues with them, when it comes to waste pickers industry, they want financial incentive. That's very clear. But what they lack is the pride in their occupation. One of the cases that I experienced myself, I worked with one of the informal waste picker who lives next to the dump site area. We were supposed to collect the recyclables for one of the major chain coffee shops in the city. And the shop owner, the store manager obviously call us and say, hey, your collector isn't here yet. And based on our record with working with this guy, he was never late. So I called the person personally and I said, where are you? And he's like, I have been standing here in front of the store for half an hour. And I said, why didn't you go in? And he said, I don't dare to go in. There are office workers there and I dress like this. And I said, oh, okay, let me call you back. So I called the store manager and said, he's standing right out front. Can your staff go out and kind of invite him in and make him feel, welcome? So the next thing that we did was we went to the shirt store and we produced about 500 t-shirts with my logo on it. He's not even my staff. We put safety boots for him and long trousers instead of shorts, and a t-shirt to make him that, he belongs to some sort of an organization that works on this. So I think most of the time, if not all, they lack financial incentive, but deep down inside, they also need recognition for what they do, and they're always underrepresented. On the other hand, what do the companies want? Well, they currently have money and they want to do good. I emphasize this a lot, just to give you a context. When we do well, that means we do within the framework that we're mandated to do, right? But when we do good things, we do more than what we're required to do. So they always seek the opportunities to do more. The question is, what do they want? When I try to bridge these two together, I create what I call a systematic change for both of them. A systematic change whereby companies don't want to pay or support or donate all the time. They want to see a quick win and a long-term impact on what they spend money on, whereas the waste pickers may not see that. So my job is to give them the vision that if they transform themselves just a little bit, this is what long-term impact will be like for them. And, we're talking about re-establishing value chain in the recycling industry rather than, paying subsidies for baht per kilo all the time. So those are the things that I use to bridge the gap and create what you call a sense of empathy for them.
Yeah, I'd like to add on how to deal with plastics. First, we don't have any idea the volume of plastics in the world right now. So one of the things that should be done is make this transparent. We need data, and government has to intervene to regulate the usage and eventually really banning, especially the single-use plastics that we have. There's no transparency at all, and we demand that from the industry. Otherwise, it's going to be a perennial problem. So we have to be on the same page together. The perils of plastic are devastating the health of our people and of our ecosystems.
I think that's a really great question. And I agree with you regarding transparency. Within the human rights and environmental due diligence work that I do for the UNDP, it's going to be published in the next days. We ask the companies some types of disclosure. So the first disclosure is, of course, the amount of plastics involved in the packaging. But there are concerns. Some companies say, well, if you disclose the amount of packaging, you may be able to guess our market share, for example. So commercial information concern. That's a challenge. But we are asking it anyway. Secondly is what kind of chemicals is in the product and what kind of chemicals is in the packaging. Are these chemicals listed as a part of chemicals in the persistent organic pollutants in the Basel or Rotterdam Stockholm Convention or not? Sometimes there are chemicals which are not yet listed as dangerous, but then after 50, 60 years, we know it's dangerous. So we asked them to look at the ECHA, the European Chemical Agency list, because it's much more comprehensive than the Basel and Rotterdam conventions. So they need to know what chemicals they use. But of course, it's a challenge for the company because it's in the value chain. Sometimes they just buy it and you don't know what's inside. And it could be dangerous in the environment. So these type of disclosure, they have to disclose, they have to publish it in the sustainability report. I think there are lots of single-use plastic we can phase out because these plastics contain of harmful contaminants like lead, for example. We purchase goes to market. Needs to be phased out. We can use paper bags, for example. And finally, regarding that very philosophical question, so I'm just thinking of this so-called decentralized local economy. The problem with our current economy for now, it's quite centralized and it's so far between the buyer and the purchaser. And that requires packaging because we're buying fruits from over the seas and it has to be packaged. So if you're supporting, for example, a local food system, we're buying from the local environment. We could use, my ancestor used this banana leaves to everything. It's because it's local. But of course, if we are importing it from overseas, then it has to be packaged because it needs to be fresh. So I think this is the kind of envisioning that I would like to do. Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, you guys were all late to start us because you had to keep drinking coffee, and now I'm running you late into lunch. So, so I'm gonna wrap up very quickly. But to answer a couple questions here that were just brought up, one is I would point you towards the company's Interface, which is a carpet company, and towards Waste to Wear, which is a textile company. Both of these have effectively piloted and scaled projects where they can take ocean plastic, HEPE, and other things out of and use it as a resource. And both of them, because their founders moved from a compliance to a contribution mindset. They realized actually through site visits and other things that they were part of the problem. And Ray Anderson had one of the most famous TED events where he said, I will be considered a criminal because I basically take 5 ways of taking oil, turn it into something and throw it away. He basically said, okay, we're gonna go all the way on this. And he had one like 32-year-old woman in the organization who found out that nylon 5 ghost nets can be used for the backing on their carpet. And you can make progress. And so I really want to kind of end on that you can make a lot of progress. It takes some empathy, it takes some awareness, it takes some regulation, it takes some money. But I think if you have a vision for it, that all makes sense to you. And so you'll drive forward. So I would like to thank all 4 of our panelists for joining us today. I'd like to thank COPC for bringing us together. Really great, appreciate the time and all your questions. I know we didn't get to all of them, but please run to the stage, prevent them from leaving, and you can keep asking questions. So thank you very much.
Applause. Yes, and I just wanted to add, please engage with the panel, but there's also a light lunch served outside right now, so maybe also allow them to go and grab some food before you catch them so they don't get too hungry. But yeah, the next session starting in here at 2 o'clock, we'll be focusing more on plastic and on specifically how to integrate a human rights-based approach into the plastic value chain. So you're welcome back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. job well.
Yes, yes, I was doing this before. Before I was just assigned somewhere else in Nairobi, but I was working with the team.
Yeah.
So I just literally moved geography, but same job.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you done? Are you more relaxed now?
Yeah, we have
Plastic has become a big part of our lives. It's light, it's strong, and seems cheap, but it's wreaking havoc on our planet. Every year we produce 430 million metric tonnes of plastic, most of which becomes waste after just one use. We produce enough single-use plastic each year to fill over 21 million shipping containers. Plastic has become a big part of our lives. It's light, it's strong, and seems cheap, but it's wreaking havoc on our planet. Every year we produce 430
This commodifies natural resources for profit and hinders the improvement of cleaner energies. Coupled with insufficient regulations and penalties, this hampers the development of sustainable communities, while complex recycling systems burden individual consumers and local authorities abdicate their responsibilities. From an ecologic standpoint, plastic production drives climate change through the emission of greenhouse gases, threatens marine wildlife, and aggregates contaminants through bioaccumulation and ocean acidification. It also affects life on land, as most microplastics and plastic waste output remain on land. Industrialized countries ship their plastic waste to poorer nations, and facilities are built mostly in minority communities, like Tibet's, threatening strong institutions and undermining justice and stability. In all, plastic pollution prevents the reduction of inequalities. But there is a silver lining. We are presented with a chance to create equitable collaboration opportunities to address plastic pollution at the global scale, to help strengthen the voices from impacted countries and come up with real solutions.
Plastic has become a big part of our lives. It's light, it's strong, and seems cheap. But it's wreaking havoc on our planet. Every year we produce 430 million metric tons of plastic, most of which becomes waste after just one use. We produce enough single-use plastic each year to fill over 21 million shipping containers. If they were stretched end to end, it would circle the Earth not once, not twice, but over 3 times. If business as usual continues, plastic production will triple by 2060. If business as usual continues, plastic could produce 19% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, getting us further and further away from the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. This would be very bad news for people and the planet. So the question is, how can we address plastic pollution? In a recent report, UNEP lays out how we can reduce plastic pollution by up to 80% by 2040. The first step is to reduce how much plastic we use, period. We also need to deal with the immense legacy of plastic pollution. But more importantly, we need to transform the way we produce and consume the stuff. A life cycle approach can reduce virgin plastics, eliminate problematic and unnecessary plastics, minimize waste, and keep plastic in use for as long as possible. It can also create better jobs and business opportunities. 3 important shifts are required. 1, we need to scale reuse. This means creating a market for reusable products and making it more profitable than using single-use plastic products. 2, we need to make recycling plastics more profitable. Improving recycling can reduce plastic pollution by 20% by 2040. 3, we must find ways to make products that are less harmful to the environment. This includes finding materials to replace plastics and making sure they are better than plastics we use now. In 2022, world leaders agreed to end plastic pollution. With the negotiations on the binding legal agreement still underway, the question is, how can we realise that goal? If we reduce, reuse, recycle, and reorient, we can significantly reduce plastic pollution by tackling its root cause, not just its effects. If we shift to a circular economy for plastics by 2040, we could save $4.5 trillion. It would also improve the livelihoods for millions of workers worldwide. The technology and solutions already exist. It's time to take action.
Plastic pollution poses a big problem, but not only to the environment. From source extraction to waste, the existence of plastics hinders the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, affecting natural resources and the health and rights of communities around the world. For example, this is Yvette. She lives in a fishing village near an estuary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please find your seat. We will be starting shortly at 2 p.m.
Yeah, while we wait, we can just invite the other panelists to come and please join us at the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are very delighted to have you here for the final concurrent session, which will be focusing on the critical issue of plastic pollution in Asia and how business model can integrate a human rights-based approach into the plastic value chain. I'm Sheila. I'm also working for UNDP, where I worked on the intersection of business and human rights. So throughout this conference, we've emphasized the role of business in upholding human rights and explored practical solutions that the private sector can adopt. So as we approach the conclusion of this conference, I would like to draw your attention to a very crucial theme, the constructive dialogue between business, international organizations, and the civil society regarding the measures that government and the private sector can take to promote the rights-based approach throughout the plastic life cycle. So today, for this session, it will be kind of mixed. We will having opening remarks, then we will play a video from a very well-known and respectful professor, and then we will be opening the panel discussion. So first of all, I would like to invite Sanna Leno from the Swedish Embassy in Bangkok to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I am very happy and honored to be helping to kick off this session. My name is Sanna Leino, and I am part of the development section of the Swedish Embassy here in Bangkok. And we are, of course, very happy to be supporting all of this conference and this session in particular. I had tacos the other night with my kids, and I am by no means an expert in plastics, but I counted to 16 different small containers of different things to include in my tacos. And even my son, who's a 4-year-old, reacted to this. So when I say that an estimated 12 million metric tons of plastic waste enters the ocean every year, and most of that waste is likely coming from Asia, then it sort of puts in perspective the huge, vast amount of plastics we are talking about and how that actually trickles down to my dinner table and my part in all of this. Asia is home to the largest producers and also the largest number of consumers of plastics. And therefore, it is also a victim of plastic pollution and all of its negative impacts. The links between plastic pollution and environmental rights are profound. Environmental degradation resulting from unsustainable plastic production, usage, and disposal threatens human rights, including the right to life, health, clean water, and a decent standard of living. Vulnerable communities, women, children, coastal communities, and the urban poor, informal waste workers, and other marginalized groups bear the disproportionate impacts of this pollution. When accounting for the social and environmental costs associated with plastic pollution, it becomes clear that there are severe structural design flaws in the market systems for plastics. A central issue to address here, which was mentioned earlier today and also yesterday, I think, is the issue of incentives. So we urgently need to encourage the adoption of new solutions at scale. But what incentives need to be leveraged for different actors of this market system, very complex market system, to change the way things are done? Now, systemic change is, of course, a huge ask. It demands coordinated and integrated efforts by all players involved in this market system and in the plastic value chain towards reusing, recycling, and diversifying to ensure a just transition. You've heard it before. The good news is that we do have some real global consensus and intent in addressing this issue. In 2022, the UN Environment Assembly adopted a resolution, also mentioned earlier today, calling for the development of an international treaty to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. This has then been endorsed by member states and supported by various groups: business, academia, civil society, youth organizations. And the zero draft of the plastic treaty was actually released last month, as you may know. And the forthcoming negotiation process will, of course, be crucial in shaping a pathway towards an inclusive treaty. So, collaboration and coordination is key. According to a new report commissioned by the Nordic Council of Ministers for the Environment and Climate and developed by Systemic, global coordinated policies could actually cut mismanaged plastics by 90% and virgin plastics production by 30% by 2040. Collaboration is key. Sweden is, of course, committed to this course and to the development of a new legally binding agreement that covers the whole life cycle of plastics. Sweden is a member of the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution and a strong advocate for just transition, recognizing the need for an ambitious plastic treaty. We are also supporting the Friends of the Action Agenda, which is a multi-stakeholder platform of the INC for all stakeholders to engage in this process. Also, through the Swedish support to the Sea Circular project, which you may learn more about shortly, we want to be part of promoting a circular economy and a rights-based approach in the management of plastic value chains in Southeast Asia. The project is implemented jointly by UNEP and COBC and is working on extended producer responsibility and on integrating informal waste pickers, facilitating informed decision making for policymakers, and awareness raising, outreach, and networking. So, there is some hope on the horizon. There are good practical examples. The international community is working towards a global treaty on plastic pollution. Countries in this region are demonstrating some political will to achieve a just transition to sustainable practices. The private sector has a huge role to play in this, together with civil society, academia, and all of us in this room, as professionals and as individuals. So, in conclusion, I look forward to today's session. It aims to map out a path towards a sustainable and rights-based future, free from discriminating impacts of plastic pollution. So best of luck with that to panelists on my left, and thank you all for your attention.
A big thank you, Sanna. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. As you may know by now, my name is Ellen and I work for UNEP, and I'm going to be your moderator for this session. But before we jump into that and before we show this video that Sheila mentioned, I would just like to see a raise of hands. Because this session is not only looking at plastic pollution, we're also going to look at human rights-based approaches along the plastic value chain. So I would just like to ask you, how many people in this room thinks about the link between human rights and plastics? Is this clear to you? Can you raise a hand? Okay, great. That's quite a lot of people. And what about your understanding? Do you think you have a good understanding of what like a human rights-based approach to tackle plastic pollution means? Can you raise a hand? Not as many people. I think by the end of this session, we'll also have a bit of a better understanding of what that actually means. And to set the scene for our discussion, I'm going to ask my colleagues to please play an introduction video by Dr. Sarah Seck, who is not able to join us today because she's based in Canada, but she's an associate professor at the Dalhousie University, and she is working closely with us on business and integration of rights-based approach along the plastic value chain. So please go ahead and show the video.
Hello, my name is Professor Sarah Seck, and I'm the Yoga Sanketi Chair in Human Rights Law at Dalhousie University, where I'm also the director of the Marine and Environmental Law Institute. I'm sorry that I could not join you in person today. However, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to share some key messages from our work with Sea Circular and partners on the importance of the integration of a human rights-based approach into business action across the plastics value chain. The adoption of a human rights-based approach is essential for the transition away from the fossil fuel-based take, make, waste linear plastic cycle and towards circularity. The good news is that there are an increasing number of tools that clarify what it means in practice to adopt a human rights-based approach to environmental problems, such as plastics pollution, including tools that clarify the responsibilities of business enterprises as well as the duties of states. Importantly, in July 2022, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. The resolution calls upon states and business enterprises to adopt policies and share good practices in support of this right. How might the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment relate to the plastics challenge? The current linear fossil fuel-dependent plastics life cycle is responsible for negative impacts on the enjoyment of a wide range of human rights at each stage of this linear take, make, waste plastics cycle. The plastics problem cannot be tackled through better waste management practices alone, but must be confronted at the extraction and refining stages, during the production of plastics products and packaging, in transportation by land or sea, as well as at the use, recycling, waste management, and disposal stages. So what can be done? The 2011 United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights clarify the state duty to protect human rights, the business responsibility to respect human rights, and the importance of access to remedy. States must play a key role in regulating to prevent and remedy human rights harms. In the plastics context, this includes through extended producer responsibility and single-use plastics legislation. Businesses, too, have an independent responsibility to respect human rights and should actively take up this responsibility through the adoption of a policy commitment to respect human rights, by undertaking human rights due diligence, and ensuring access to remedy for environmental harms. In short, the human rights-based approach must be integrated into all stages of the transition to plastic circularity. Both circularity and a human rights-based approach must be embedded into business policies and management systems to inform product design, as well as waste management and disposal. Adverse impacts must be identified and assessed and communicated to rights holders. Products must be redesigned and waste management and disposal practices reformed so as to cease, prevent, or mitigate human rights impacts. Implementation and results must be tracked and lessons learned so as to revisit and improve policies and management systems and redesign products and reform practices. Workers, including informal workers and local communities, must be enabled to access information about production and waste management practices and supported in the exercise of their rights as they seek to ensure healthy and sustainable livelihoods for themselves, their families, and their communities. Finally, greater business involvement brings with it a greater responsibility to prevent and mitigate harms, but also to ensure access to effective remedy. The United Nations Guiding Principles distinguish between the responsibility that flows from business conduct depending on whether it causes, contributes, or is directly linked to human rights harms. While it is often said that remedy for harms arising from plastic pollution has to date largely proved elusive, the work of the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines in its National Inquiry on Climate Change serves as a reminder that as scientific understandings of the nature of the plastic problem evolve, businesses that do not act to prevent and remedy harms may, and indeed will, ultimately be held to account. Thank you. I wish you a productive session as you undertake the important work of evaluating business models that integrate a human rights-based approach along the plastic value chain.
Okay, big thanks to Sarah for contributing with her great knowledge on this. And I know it still can be a bit technical, but I think a few of the key principles that she mentioned is something that has been coming up over and over again during this conference. One is right to information, and here we can just think of ourselves as consumers, right? When you go to the store, when you buy a product, when you buy your tacos, you would like to know what is actually the content of that product. Does it include plastic? Sometimes even our food includes plastic, right? So that right to information is one of the key principles that we can take along with us. Another one that she also mentions is also something that we've talked a lot about, access to remedy for those who've been caused harm for business practices. So when there is pollution happening, for example, even if it's plastic pollution that's leaking out or like that's affecting local communities, that there has to be access for them to file a complaint about this and also to get remedy for that. And another principle that she mentioned is participation. And this is also clearly linked to discussion on just transitions that we've had. When we want to move toward a more green society, a pollution-free society, hopefully, we also have to think about how we do this, the process of going there, and how do we include local communities and other stakeholders in that process. And I hope we will come back to these points throughout our discussion. So now I would like to introduce our excellent panel for this session. And starting from the person furthest away from me, we have my colleague, Patricia Kameri Mbote, the Director of Law Division of UNEP, coming all the way from Kenya. Very, very big thank you for joining us here today, Patricia. And next in line, we have Vivekant Sisla, the Head of Research and Development from Unilever Thailand. Next in line, we have Madhushree Naraya, Responsible Sourcing Program Manager from the Circular Initiative. And next to me, we have Kabir Arora, the Asia Pacific Coordinator and Advocacy Lead for the International Alliance of Waste Picker. Or is that right? You're the Indian focal point, or you're also the Asia Pacific? Yeah, you're both, right. Thank you for that clarification, Kabir. So as an opening question, and with Sarah's video in mind, I would like to ask you, all of you actually, if you can choose one top priority that businesses should do to promote and protect environmental rights and in the framework and context of reducing plastic pollution, what would that be? And what would be the main challenge to achieving that? If we start from you, Patricia, please.
Thanks, Sarah. I think one of the things that businesses can do is, first of all, move away from business as usual and begin to look at a plastic-free space as achievable, and not just in the interests of others, but looking at it as something that we are all in. And here we would be looking, first of all, at removing, I think the presenters have already talked about the 4 R's, reducing the plastics that we use, enabling recycling and spaces for recycled products, reorienting plastic so that those that are not single use can be used for a longer time. But at the end of the day, the aim should be not to release plastic into the environment and to remove plastics from the environment and the negative impacts that they have. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up question to that. Do you think that we can have a plastic-free society?
I think a plastic-free society is difficult to imagine at this time, but what we can do is minimize the negative impacts of plastic, like removing the single use, and also ensuring that when we don't need to use plastic, when we talk about also the extended producer responsibility, incentivizing different actors, especially business, to use less plastics in coming up with products. It's going to take time, but if we didn't believe in a plastic-free pathway, then the resolution to come up with an internationally legally binding instrument on plastics would then not be an achievable target.
Thank you, Patricia. Moving on to you, Vivek.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Patricia. First of all, thank you to the UNEP for this opportunity to represent my organization. Hopefully, all of you know us. Unilever is present in over 100 countries. We serve 3.4 billion consumers every day. This is a privilege and a responsibility. We are often rated at the top of corporate sustainability leaderboards as an organization that is engaged in and driving sustainability very hard. Actually, our corporate purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace. What does it mean in practice? It means essentially that every activity that we do as an organization needs to have an environmental and sustainability lens. We call this the Unilever Climate Transition Action Plan. It's the overarching overall initiative that we have. Within that is renewable energy, reducing food waste, but also plastic pollution and deforestation-free sourcing. Coming specifically to plastics, our approach to plastic is reduce plastic by design, as Professor said just now. We call it less plastic, no plastic, and better plastic. So every time we have to create a product that requires plastic packaging, we ask ourselves, can it use less plastic or no plastic at all? Or if at all it has to have plastic, can it have recycled plastic content within it? Our minimum first target is to achieve 25% of recycled plastic in everything that we use. I'm happy to report that we're close to reaching the target already. So that's one part of the design approach to reduce plastic by design. Associated with that, we've announced very recently an initiative called the Fair Circularity Initiative, which is specifically created to respect human rights of the informal waste sector in the plastic chain. This is along with our peer companies, so Coke, Pepsi, and Nestle. I'm happy to share the floor today with Kabir, and he represents that sector. So the intention here is to create a momentum and recognize the rights as well as recognize the importance of the informal sector in a circular economy. This is something that has in the past not received enough attention. So the second part of our approach is ensure that the external chain that makes everything circular involves human rights and recognition of the informal sector. And fine, so the three pillars for me would be make commitments, circular by design, and circular in the wider sense of the word, respecting human rights.
Thank you. I like that comment. Circular, also in the wider sense of including human rights. Yeah, can we hear also from you, Madhushree? What do you think is the top priority for businesses and the challenge?
So let me start off by thanking you for inviting us and also introduce the Circulate Initiative. So the Circulate Initiative is a global not-for-profit dedicated to addressing the ocean plastic pollution challenge and creating more circular and equitable economies in emerging markets. So we do this through a two-pronged approach. We develop cutting-edge research, and we also develop high-impact programs and partnerships specifically with corporates to ensure that we have opportunities to work with them and look at how do we create more inclusive economies within their value chain. So, Ellen, I wouldn't say one top priority, but I have a couple, so I'll quickly mention those. But I think the first priority for me in terms of what a business should do to identify the environmental and human rights should be to first recognize the landscape and the existing environmental rights where they're actually operating, right? The landscape of each plastics value chain is so diverse and different in each geography, and each of them have very different regulations. And especially when you're looking at addressing plastic pollutions, the first approach right now is to look at recycling. And when doing that, what are the kind of regulations that corporates need to have in place in terms of supplier code of conduct where they're procuring that recycled plastics. So having a very clear vision and institutionalizing what's in paper to practice is very important, because supplier code of conduct is something that all corporates have, but something which is more driven from a human rights perspective, specifically for the plastics value chain, is needed. Secondly, I'd say transparency and traceability. I mean, all well-intentioned efforts to address plastic pollution will be hampered because the ecosystem lacks enough data in terms of how much plastic's out there, how much is being collected, how much of it is being recycled, and how much is eventually leaking into the ecosystem. So even before developing interventions to address any challenges, can we identify how much plastic's being put out into the ecosystem, even at a small city level, right? Take an urban unit at a city level to identify how can we develop strategies to address plastic pollution without even knowing how much is out there. And demanding, I think corporates are also, businesses are also in a very unique position to demand traceability of their partners, especially when they're working with different stakeholders in the value chain and they're procuring recycled plastics. They have the position in the value chain to request their partners to be create more opportunities to track where they're collecting the plastics from. And this opens up opportunities for those who are most vulnerable in the value chain to actually have the leverage to look for better prices when they're selling the plastics to different manufacturers in that particular ecosystem. So I would say recognizing the existing landscape of environmental rights and traceability and transparency.
Yeah, so these are again some of the key messages that we've heard over the few days: the importance of transparency in data, awareness of the human rights landscape. I think that awareness, that analysis is really also one first step of a human rights-based approach in any scenario to understand where you stand and what can you do with that. But traceability, I think that's also a very, very strong and valid point. Kabir, over to you. What would you say?
Hi, I'm Kabir. I coordinate Alliance of Indian Waste Pickers, and I also support International Alliance of Waste Pickers with its outreach in Asia Pacific and advocacy work around plastics treaty process. So with regards to the question of waste pickers, what can be done? One of the things first, we have to understand the context of waste pickers. A lot of my colleagues are survivors of abuse, various forms of violence. A lot of them are refugees in many parts of the world. They are minorities, ethnic minorities, religious minorities, linguistic minorities, sexual minorities who are part of the waste picking landscape. So they are already disproportionately impacted by the society's system of discrimination, which we have in most of our societies in Asia Pacific and across the world. So recognizing them as people, as part of our system is important for to start with. The other thing which we have to say, even though they are survivors of abuse, they still have set up a robust recycling system. It works because of them. If they were not there, the cities will be dump sites. So that's one thing to remember. The other thing is that they also provide a lot of materials which is retrieved from recyclables and which becomes a part of our clothing, become part of our shoes, packaging, and a lot of other forms. So what do we need to do? First thing, let's start with recognizing what Madhushri was saying, that you recognize, you see the landscape, who are the people there, and it's important for a lot of businesses who are working to see where can the material be sourced from and how to engage with them. Second thing, my colleagues, waste pickers say that, oh, sometimes we disagree with the word inclusion, which means that we never, you are trying to include us. It means that we never existed for you, when we actually want partnership, when we want an equal footing partnership, and that is very important to them. The other question is that it should be looked at as recognition, partnership, and not charity. It shouldn't be looked at as just the responsibility on social side, but actually a categorical imperative for businesses to do the right thing. And that right thing is to be working with waste pickers, paying them fair price, learning about supply chains, ensuring that there is viability gap funding, which my colleagues have been pointing out, because extended producers responsibility right now is only covering a small portion of the effort that is required. And there were things discussed that we need to go towards monopolymers to the other sort of, because they're more recyclable in the morning. So having those aspects also included, because the more recyclable material you have in place, it means that the waste pickers can retrieve more material which is out there. And similarly, when we are talking about just transition, we also have to look for a possibility that would waste pickers like to continue with the existing occupation, or move up in the value chain, or move to the other material management system. So that is also worth looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kabir. And I would just like to follow up on this question, or on the topic of waste pickers, since we did have a comment in I think it was the previous session on clean seas, about waste pickers. And waste pickers are, at least mostly when I hear, pointed out as a group in a vulnerable situation. But is that always the case? And how, you also talk about, how they would want to move up in the value chain, and what would that look like? And also you're linking it to a just transition. So can you just elaborate a little bit more, both of like, who are the waste pickers that you work with, and is there like a big intersectional group, or is it mostly only the poor community that do this, or is it more complex than that? I think that's where I'm aiming for, just to clarify a little bit also the group that we're talking about.
So one of the things which came in the morning was that most waste pickers are not poor. It depends on the definition of how we identify working poor. One of the question is that they are self-employed people with a sense of dignity about themselves. So it's very difficult for a person to self-identify that I am poor. It's the society which does for them. So remembering that fact is important. The second thing is that overall, we have to look at a deeper understanding of why people become waste pickers, and where did this choice of occupation come. And in Indian context or South Asian context, it is because of the caste oppression. And in other societies, Pakistan and Bangladesh, we see religious minorities from the lower caste. So it's largely people who are disproportionately discriminated, with substantial number of them being women. In a lot of our societies, trans people are not recognized or criminalized. A lot of them have to pick up this occupation of waste picking. So the choice of waste picking, even though, and they move up in the value chain, it's not that everybody stays in the same place. Some move up in the supply chain and become scrap dealers. Some become some other form of social mobilities, co-ops. A lot of waste pickers have set up their co-ops. In India, we have plenty of them. Women's only co-ops in Pune, in Ahmedabad. And then we have worker-run enterprises in Bangalore, which are largely headed by women. So we have a certain aspect of social mobility within the system. But what we need is an ecosystem approach which supports the people around there and create a nurturing environment for people to come in.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to come back to this topic of waste picker a little bit later on. But now I want to actually head back to you, Vivek. And I want to ask, because Sana also mentioned that the Global Plastic Treaty in her opening remarks, and we know that this is under negotiation, and right now there is a zero draft text. And in the zero draft text, it specifically speaks about extensive producer responsibility, EPR, which incentivizes producer to account for environmental considerations when designing their products. So I want to ask you, Vivek, how are companies in Asia Pacific responding to EPR? And is there any specific action that Unilever is taking? And just for the sake of the audience, I also would like to ask you if you can give a concrete example of what EPR can look like in practice so that it becomes a bit more concrete for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So EPR is a live topic as we speak, so all the countries in Southeast Asia are at different stages of formulating policies for EPR. So that's extended producer responsibility. In simple terms, it means you pay for the plastic you put out, So as a manufacturer, we are responsible for, contributing to recovering the plastic out from the environment and making a circular economy out of it. So we fully support this principle. Our view is that we will participate in EPR schemes around the world. We believe that it should be closer to market in the sense that it should recognize the realities of the particular marketplace we're operating in, which is one reason we also support the UN Plastics Treaty. We will be representing as part of the business coalition at the treaty in Kenya next month and in Bangkok next week. What are we asking for? We're asking for the right policy framework that understands the local realities in each marketplace. And for example, we talked about human rights and integrating the informal sector. A majority of places, the informal sector are the ones who are picking up whatever plastic there is. We have to recognize it, we must integrate it, we must create the right kind of policies, and there's enough money in the plastic waste. So when these contributions are made to the EPR schemes and you recover plastic in good condition, there's a few $1 billion worth of plastic out there that can be recovered and that can pay for the necessary employment opportunities, the necessary technology that is required, the collection systems and infrastructure, and human rights above all. So we believe that by recovering plastic and recovering the value from the waste, we can create a circular economy that pays for itself in some ways. And of course, the EPR schemes are meant to generate revenue to be able to fund these activities. The biggest stumbling blocks we are finding in the EPR is that there isn't enough collection infrastructure in most of Southeast Asia, as most of us know. So there's a job to do, consumer education, but also creating physical infrastructure and standardize and harmonize. Because of different people doing different activities, sometimes the power of one is lost. The UN treaty, we are hoping again, will bring some common practices and common regulations and frameworks. For example, in Bangkok, you're talking about, from the Embassy of Sweden, talking about, where to dispose the taco plastic, packaging. Where would you go if the children wanted to dispose plastic packaging? Where would they go to? Can they easily recognize a collection center? Can they recognize what kind of plastic needs to go where? At the very least, we ask that dry and wet waste be segregated. That is step number one, that retains more value in the plastic. So I think so as an EPR, as a policy we support, it must be localized. It must integrate the informal sector who know much more about it than many others at this point in time. It must be fair and equitable, and it must be simple and standardized.
Thank you, Vivek. I think that, we got a very useful example from Sana here that we can use throughout the discussion to make it concrete for all of us. I would like to move on then to you, Madhu. Your organization, as you mentioned when you introduced yourself, delivers cutting-edge research with a focus on addressing system-level barriers to the circular economy. But as a business then, can you give some recommendation when sourcing new materials for a product? So we talk now in the beginning of the value chain. What can be done to ensure that human rights and environmental rights are respected? And what opportunities are there actually for innovation here?
Thanks, Ellen. So adhering to socially responsible standards when procuring recycled plastics is no longer a nice to have thing, right? It's something that's becoming a necessity for businesses if they have to maintain that competitive edge and also the license to operate in a lot of regions. And recognizing that a lot of businesses have made progress on this front. And Vivek just mentioned the fair circularity principles, or the fair circularity initiative, which I'd urge all of you to look up if you're interested, because this is a set of principles that 4 companies have committed to, which for the first time recognizes that informal waste workers play a very critical role in the plastics value chain. And these are a set of fantastic principles, very high level, talking about how do you start identifying that waste workers are recognized in the plastics value chain. There's a gender lens taking into consideration. How do you start integrating them into the value chain? But it's still very high level guiding principles. What we now need to see is to move to implementation. How do you operationalize these principles to a framework? And I really liked the word that you used, Vivek, because it's something that we're working on. It's harmonization, right? Because similar to the fair circularity principles, there are many frameworks out there on responsible sourcing of recycled plastic, but there's no consensus on a shared definition of some of these terminologies we used. Kabir just shared about the diversity we see in the informal waste sector, right? Just for them to try and understand some of the requirements that brands have in terms of compliance on human rights. How do we create terminologies? How do we create definitions which can be understood by all stakeholders in the value chain? Let's also remember that when businesses are procuring recycled plastics, they're procuring it mostly from plastic manufacturers or the product manufacturers. But beyond the product manufacturers is where really the informal sector plays a very large role. They're the ones who are collecting it, aggregating it, and also processing it, pre-processing it before it becomes a final recycled product. And here's where we see a lot of human rights violations. Unfortunately, a lot of the supplier code of conducts that's there from a business point of view does not go beyond tier 1. It's also extremely difficult and financially very, very intensive, given that there are global supply chains. But where we can start with is shared definitions to understand what are some of the human rights indicators that needs to be tracked, and where can a lot of the businesses partner with different stakeholders to begin working with. And that's a critical gap that we are addressing through a program that we just launched earlier this year. It's called the Responsible Sourcing Initiative. And it's a collective approach to address the how for companies and recyclers, who are seeking to address the human or seeking to improve human rights of waste workers, to do so in a way that's monitored, measured, and can be also eventually scaled up across geographies. And we're doing this by harmonizing on some existing frameworks, right? The fair circularity principles, there's another one by another organization, a consortium called the Next Wave. They've also developed a very comprehensive framework on how do you start sourcing plastic while also considering the role that informal waste workers play. But what we're really now doing is opening up this entire process to consultations with everybody in the value chain, because eventually it's not the businesses or the manufacturers who are complying with these practices. It's actually the collection centers and the aggregators who are expected to ensure that all of these human rights standards are met. And they need to be consulted, they need to be brought to the table to really identify how can we build indicators which can be adhered to by them, which they find it easy enough to report against, to monitor on a daily basis. So the harmonization piece is where we're starting off with, and I'm happy to share that Unilever is playing a very strong role in helping us build this out as well. So this collective approach to actually create a process in place to really identify how do you address the lack of common definitions is one of the ways businesses can address the challenge of how do you actually address humans and environmental right violations. And the other one in terms of innovations is creating innovations can play a very critical role, right? If you look at technological innovations, and I can give an example of an Indian recycling company. Our mission line partner, Circulate Capital, invested in a company called Dulux Recycling in India a couple of years ago. And Dulux is a leading plastic recycling company in India who are recycling multi-layered plastic as well as the used carton bottles. Multi-layered plastics are basically very difficult to recycle, which you find in regular sachets and toothpaste tubes. And if they're not recycled, they're often incinerated or they leak into the environment. And there's not a lot of incentive for collection centers or collectors to actually ensure high rates of collections of multi-layered plastics, which is why they're also called low-value plastics sometimes. What Deluxe has done is that they've been able to recycle multi-layer plastics to create products and do it at a scale that's never been seen before in India. They're creating products in the sustainable housing space where they're creating roofing tiles, they're creating construction boards, rickshaw seats, and a lot of this now today is out in the market, and they're set up very large manufacturing facilities. How has this worked in supporting human rights and environmental rights of those involved in the waste value chain? It's because it created a new revenue stream for collection centers and waste workers. It enabled them to also start collecting more MLPs, and when they saw that there is an additional revenue that they're able to get from it, they're able to actually streamline that process of collection and ensure it's going to create a product and not one that goes for incineration or is leaked to the environment. So market creating solutions actually have, or innovations have, a very strong role to play in creating both an environmental as well as an economic impact.
Thank you very much for that answer. And I just made me curious because the situation around waste pickers keep coming up in this conversation, right? So I just wanted to pose this as an open question for the panel as well. Do you think then, from a human rights perspective, is this one of the biggest issues, challenges, and things that needs to be tackled? I would just like to hear, or what are the other really big questions that needs to be taken into consideration in the plastic value chain otherwise? Who would like to jump on that one? Patricia, please.
Yes, I think the reason the waste pickers come up is because of the vulnerability. And when then the issue is raised, are they really vulnerable? One has to also look at the different actors along the value chain and the agency that they have. And addressing waste pickers can be a lens through which one looks at human rights, because you're looking at what information do they have, what agency do they have to impact on the things that they do. I think like what we've been told about the innovations, how can those be sustained, and how do we ensure that they don't then become the next level of polluting plastics? How do we guide that process? But I think there is also the whole issue of enabling access to technology for recycling, for reorienting. And it's not just for waste pickers, and also giving information on how different actors can actually deal with plastic. Like when we talk about the collection centers, and even as simple an issue as Vivek was talking about, separation of waste, because if you put plastics with other waste, then it makes it a lot more difficult. But I'd also like to throw in the idea of where are the dumpsters for waste, which is a big human rights issue, because where the dumpsters are, depending on how waste is being dealt with in the dumpsters, it has other impacts on health and on the spaces that people occupy. And this is why waste pickers then come back, because they will be the ones that go to the dumpsters to look for what plastic to take in. And those that do that are really the very, very poor. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I see you also want to respond to that, Vivek?
Sure. Just to build on what Patricia said, because she really made a good argument already on, it's a combination of why do we talk about the informal sector, because they're the most vulnerable. But if we want to increase plastic collection and recycling, who's going to do it? This is the sector that's been doing it, and this is the sector that will help us scale it. We can sit wherever we sit, but the action happens on the ground. So we have to recognize it, and we must integrate that is very important. And as I mentioned earlier, for me, creating value is important in this chain. We don't want to lose any value. Technology has a role for sure, because we are doing several pilots. I work in research and development. We believe in doing pilots. We did a pilot in India with the UNDP to set up a potential model for waste collection end to end, which also integrates human rights, fair wages, and the step-by-step process. Wasn't very easy to do. The scale wasn't massive in a country of India's size, but we have learned a lot in the 2 or 3 years that we've been running the pilot as to what are the different steps in the process to go from identifying where the plastic waste is, making it recognizable for waste to be collected, aggregated, and then taken in, and then what kinds of problems with health and hygiene, or whether it is wages that come along the way, and how do we protect the rights of everybody involved. So it's been a tough learning. It's been a very educational learning for us. But that is the kind of pilot we believe we can share the learnings for and multiply. If we can create what we call replicable models by experimenting with technologies, experimenting with collection models, experimenting with different end-to-end systems, then we can actually scale up faster. But in the end, a lot of the labor involved will come from the informal sector and the existing sectors that are out there, and that needs to be well managed, well compensated, and well integrated.
Thank you very much for that response, both Patricia and Vivek. Patricia, I actually would like to go back to you again, as UNEP is the UN agency that sets the environmental agenda for the world, and you've joined us from our HQ. And you know that you have a lot of experience on working with environmental agreements as well as environmental action, and I just wanted then to come back again to ask from your experience, what would you suggest are some key aspects that businesses should focus on when they want to show ambition and leadership on this issue?
I think a lot has already been mentioned, like this extended producer responsibility is one way in which businesses can actually show leadership. And also the integration of human rights, because many times when we talk about human rights-based approaches, we look at duty bearers as states. But I think now increasingly, duty bearers are seen to include the private sector. I think the whole question of just transition must go beyond the issue of jobs to interventions that don't make those who are vulnerable more vulnerable. So the discussion on just transition needs to look at what are people transiting from and to, and that, in my view, is not just jobs. And I think the work that the opening remarks noted on happening in Asia, having contextualized studies actually enables one to have a clearer focus on human rights, because you can't address human rights at the macro level. It's usually at the micro level that you see what are the impacts, and ensuring that if there are any infractions of rights, access to justice is available, and that people get the information that they need, and that if there are any regulations being made, and I think even in the internationally legally binding instrument, ensuring the participation of a broad range of stakeholders so that they bring in their views. Thank you.
Thank you. So the emphasis on collaboration is made here once again, which I think is very important, and something that we've talked a lot about today and yesterday as well. I would like to throw out another open question then about what regulatory changes are needed and what opportunities are there for businesses to increase their business and action to further protect the right to a healthy environment in relation to plastic specifically. We've already talked a bit about this in other sessions and generally, and Vivek, you also mentioned it a bit, but I want to hear a bit more when it comes to the question on plastics, what you think would be needed and what support from states. Thank you. anyone who likes to start? Vivek, yes.
Okay. So I think it's important and we need policy frameworks because there's a need for transparency and traceability in this sector is very important. It's very hard to do through only self-managed coalitions. We have in Southeast Asia tried over the last few years to encourage all of our partners to make voluntary commitments. We have our own voluntary commitments. For example, about 3 years ago, when we started the journey of trying to use recycled plastics in our packaging, there was nobody in Southeast Asia who had a facility to make recycled plastics. So we said we would start it voluntarily anyway by importing, but we would tell everybody that we are creating demand. We will use recycled plastic and encourage industry to invest. Today, I'm happy to say that quite a few companies have started investing in facilities in every country in Southeast Asia. But as they do that, we realize that there are missing steps in the policy frameworks that don't define all the steps of collection, handling of plastic waste, and eco-design principles. So for example, in Thailand, there's now an informal industry body looking at how to define eco-design. What is considered to be a recycled plastic, what is allowed and not allowed, what can go into a recycling facility, what are then the ways, of a minimum guarantee for wages and health and hygiene along the system. So at every stage of the process as we go along, we find that there's a need for regulation and policy framework to accompany the progress that's happening in investment and in technology. So that traceability and the ability to know what kind of plastic is where, then enables the creation of marketplaces and value creating opportunities. So people need to know where to go and buy plastic from, or which type, what value can they create from it, what are the available technologies. So unless we can integrate information with the right policies for traceability and transparency, it will be very hard to make progress. And that's why we support a framework and policy. I think the earlier speaker spoke about incentives. I think also in the first few years, it's important a lot of people are investing in this sector early up with high investments, with uncertain returns at this point. We had the same challenge when we spoke to some of our suppliers. So we said, doesn't matter about the cost, we will buy, right? But incentives for the industry to use eco-designs and reduce and reuse plastic would help. For example, we have been advocating and working on refill systems in Thailand. There was no regulation to be able to run refill products and sell, a loose product which you can recycle the plastic every time. So that regulation, I'm happy to say, has recently come through in Thailand for certain products of certain product categories. So if you're going to talk about reduce, reuse, recycle, refill, we will need again the right policies to go along with that. So here are a couple of examples from my side. Yeah, go ahead.
I can share some about the conversations we've been having with different companies, Ellen. So we did a focus group where, of course, we also wanted to hear from companies in terms of what their challenges are and how are they, able to sort of identify opportunities to, one, identify the different, stakeholders in the value chain, but also create opportunities for them to have a voice at the table. And one of the first thing that comes out from everybody is that not a lot of them have had the opportunity to see, some of these collection centers, aggregation centers. Most of it is run very informally, right? So when Vivek is talking about minimum wages, living wages, very different in each of the countries. Unfortunately, we don't have, regulations or even within the frameworks that a lot of the businesses are following to ensure minimum wages for everybody in the value chain. What was very heartening to see was that all the businesses were very keen to have boots on the ground to see what were the challenges the waste workers or even the aggregators were facing. And it came from an approach where they wanted to sort of partner with them as opposed to sort of react to any, human rights violations an audit had thrown up. So there's definitely right now an inclination to build on partnership models with these stakeholders in the value chain. What we really need is a strong, harmonized framework with common terminologies and very clear-cut roadmaps, right? And roles for each of these stakeholders. Because like I said, the requirement from a business's point of view, unfortunately, is only to tier one. Now, how do we ensure that, their tier one manufacturers are also actually complying to the human rights standards within their supply chain? That becomes very important. So having a roadmap to build towards that becomes key.
Thank you so much for that. And I see we only have a few more minutes before I'm going to open up to questions for the audience, but I want to come back to you, Kabir, for sure. And the question on the quote, I think it was from Jessica earlier that really stuck with me was that, what we throw away don't go away. And, someone has to deal with this. And we've been talking about waste pickers, but I want to just ask you if you have something that you would like to add on why is it so important that we not only recognize but also include the role of waste pickers in the plastic value chain, and also if we can add on a gender perspective here, or maybe an intersectional perspective. You've already mentioned before, like the intersection vulnerabilities of some of the people who end up in this in being waste pickers, and if you want to add something on that. But I also want to ask you on the way forward and what you see kind of the next steps in the region, and combining this maybe with the discussion we had before on EPR, and if there are any lessons learned on this. Thank you.
So one of the things when we do technological intervention in any sector, the first set of displaced people are women. And it happens when we started door-to-door collection in many cities. When it was mechanized, most of the women went off work. But it was the opposite in Pune, because the Union of Waste Pickers invested in training the waste pickers how to drive the trucks. And that changed the dynamics to ensure that women's participation is ensured. Same with the other vulnerable groups. So some of the times we think technology as a value neutral or a gender neutral sort of system or an intervention. It has a higher chance and higher potential to displace a lot of people. Similarly, e-transaction systems. Now we are moving towards systems where our digital transactions happen, and also we want traceability and transparency. We suddenly move towards smartphones, and what happens is that the working poor, a lot of them either don't have smartphones. If they have it, the skill set which they have is to manage videos, conversations, and a lot of other stuff. But there is the sense of digital privacy, the policy, the understanding of how to do the transactions, how to manage the systems is not there. So the chances of displacement is again high. So one has to be, and considering that a lot of waste pickers are survival entrepreneurs with very little education background, so the possibility of them getting displaced because of these technological upgradation is very high. So one has to be considerate of that aspect when making such an intervention. The other thing which is specific to extended producers responsibility and public policy in Asia Pacific region, sadly our region is very behind when it comes to integration of waste pickers. Barely, I believe that India has a solid waste management rules and we have waste pickers integration in it. But other than India, when we look for other places, we find some examples. Philippines is working towards a Magna Carta of waste pickers and some involvement of waste pickers in EPR. But generally, this whole process is not very fast, and most of the informal economy workers are a huge vote bank for political outfits. That's where the politics of redistribution happens. So now the public policy and the governments have to make sure that the agenda, we are not just a vote in the elections, we are deciding the agenda of the state, because most of our economies are informal. And waste picking sector is a huge, waste picking sector, informal waste recycling sector is a huge sector. So looking at that, not as a policy constituency, we need to work on it. And right now, we don't have a lot of good examples, at least in our region. The only examples I can cite is Brazil and South Africa, who are doing great work with regards to waste pickers integration in extended producers responsibility. So that's something worth thinking about. Right now, UNEP is planning a sort of study on extended producers responsibility and informal sector in Southeast Asia. And I think it's worth looking forward to, because it will bring us some of the patterns and understanding of what is the aspiration in the region in the first place to do the upgradation. And one thing which I have to pick up from Patricia on just transition question is, when we are talking about just transition, we have to remember one thing. Waste pickers started waste picking when they were in their early childhood or adolescent years. Now they're in their midlife. and now they are making a change in the occupation. Like people like you and me, when we are making a career change in our midlife, we have a midlife crisis. And here we are talking about aspiration. So one has to be very considerate of what are the things which are being asked, instead of and understanding the aspiration and then connecting it to the policy paradigm becomes essential, and incentivizing it through public policies which encourage waste pickers participation through collective enterprise like co-ops will go a long way.
Thank you for that excellent point. I think, yeah, now the time is 3 o'clock, so I'm going to open up the floor for questions so we have enough time. Yeah, please go ahead there in the middle, and then we'll take you on the left side after, please.
Hi, Namaskar. Thank you for the panel. And I have been working with the Indian government in the remote Himalayas. And one of the mandate of the Indian government is to beat plastic pollution. And however, being a social entrepreneur, we came up with these paper bags and paper packaging for food, because often we see plastic enters the Himalayas through food items like biscuits, confectionaries, shampoo bottles, etc. When we were trying to make the switch by giving them jute bags or paper bags to not use small plastic options, the cost of paper, like just making something like this for us, for the NGO, and also for the government, was a lot more than any kind of plastic. So I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Also, like how Mr. Arora said about the vote bank. So I would, with Mr. Vivekji, regulation and political framework is hugely manipulated. Despite the campaign, like despite the slogan of beat plastic pollution, even in the mountains, even the dustbins that they give, that is made of plastic. So we need to think of how we manage, managing waste with plastic, and also alternatives. There's been very little discussion on alternatives. So I would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to also ask, could you please state your name, your organization, and who the question is for?
Yes, I'm Neha Upadhyay from Vishwadeep Trust, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. My question is to, Vivekji and Mr. Arora.
Okay, thank you. Before you get to the answer of that, I think we're going to collect another question from here in the back, please.
Hello, my name is Jingxuan Sen. I work for the Environmental Rights Foundation, and I think my question is for Ms. Kameri Botti. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. I'm also Mr. Sistela. So we've heard a lot of solutions targeting the plastics at the end of their life cycle, but and they are extremely valuable and critical to the current situation. But I think we all understand that a lot of the pollution takes place further earlier in the entire life cycle. For instance, carbon emissions of plastic production is enormous, and then even before single-use plastic bags are produced, there's plastic pellets, and they go into the rivers and, biodiversity, ecosystem. So I guess I'm just curious on your thoughts on completely phasing out plastics. Like I think we mentioned earlier, like plastic-free place. Is it possible? And where are we in terms of technology? What's the issue right now? Like, are we lacking technology, momentum, or like the legal framework? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we have any other question at the moment, or should we? Yeah, one over there, please.
Hi, I'm Didit Pellegrina from Greenpeace Southeast Asia. So my question is particularly for Ms. Patricia. Like, what would be the other remedies for plastic pollution? We only talked about EPR and recyclability. But like, for instance, farmers, when they till the soil, they will actually be tilling plastics. Or when fisher folks fish, they actually fish plastics. So what are those remedies that are available for impacted communities? And to the gentleman from Unilever, like what would inspire really a leadership from the corporations to address a problem which has been created mostly also by corporations in the first place? Thank you.
Okay. You feel ready to answer the first question? Nope.
I have to remember the questions. I do apologize if I haven't got your question right, but maybe I combine a couple of the questions, because if I understand you correctly, we're talking about what are the means of reducing plastic usage by design, right? So you're right, that when you look at alternatives for plastic, sometimes we find that the solution is worse. And remember that we don't look only at plastic as a single entity, the entire ecosystem end-to-end environmental impact. We need to look as a full life cycle. So in the last couple of years, we started to generate the right data in terms of full life cycle analysis of plastic that we use and alternates to plastic that are there. Some of these researches have been published, and you'll often find, for example, some of the plastic, because plastic is versatile. Plastic is one word, but actually, as you know, there are many chemical types of plastic, and they all have different properties. It's probably one of the most versatile material known to humankind. You find it in every single application. And on a per weight basis, on a per usage basis, mostly comes out cheaper. And if you look at the full life cycle of plastic, often actually a better life cycle assessment compared to alternate materials that are there. But as I mentioned, our approach is less plastic and no plastic by design. So every time we create, but it's not a single material we're trying to wrap in plastic. Sometimes it's a food product, sometimes a cosmetic, sometimes it is a shampoo or a home care product. But each product requires different properties to keep it safe till it reaches the consumer. And the kind of plastic and the nature of the wrapping has to be different, and the technology is different. To replace all plastic today, no, we don't have the technological solutions, and no material is available at the kind of scale that plastic is for good and bad, as things stand today. But our approach is that every time we replace and launch a new product in the market, we ask, can we reduce the plastic? For example, ice cream tubs. We used to have ice cream tubs made of plastic with a ceiling at the top. In many places, we've managed to replace some of the plastic tubs with paper, right? But when it comes to paper, we have to be careful where the paper is coming from. Is it recycled board? What kind of quality is it? And is it done in an environmentally sustainable, circular way as well? It's not that you can just replace one with the other. That's one example. As I mentioned, we're also piloting on many different materials to see. We also did several pilots in Southeast Asia on refill systems as well. So how can we create a model by which the first time plastic, use it, take it home, and next time it's a much lighter, low weight of plastic or a different material that carries, and you can pour it back into the original container. So we are experimenting with different business models. Many times the challenge is the business model. How do you make it work at scale? So right from sourcing to the final application, we have different types of hurdles, but it's our intent and it's our ongoing practice to try and see how we can. So in my part of the world where I work here now, in the last 3 years, a couple of years, we managed to reduce 3,000 to 4,000 tons of plastic by design, by finding alternate plastics or lightweighting or eliminating in certain cases. So these are small steps, but like I said, we'll do these pilots, work with our industry. One reason I'm here is to listen to different ideas around the table, and we work very collaboratively with the wider technology industry. As we know, once you invest in a certain area, solutions will be there. And we're here to encourage demand for those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. I know the question on remedy, Patricia, would you like to ask that one?
Yes, on remedy, I think it's extended producer responsibility is it's actually a carrot. You are incentivizing people to do things in a particular way. But you could actually also use sticks, and sticks is where you look at what does it cost you to pollute. I think a basic international environmental law principle is the polluter pays. How do we get people to be conscious that if you're releasing plastics that are getting into the soil or that are getting into the water, that is not a value-free thing. I mean, when it goes to the ocean, there is a cost to that. And I think we go back to the principles that people talk about internalizing the cost of plastic. In the report that was being talked about from UNEP, turning off the tap when you talk about different shifts. I think one has to look at a raft of regulatory measures. It can't just be incentives. I think there are certain spaces where you need to sort of jack up and make people feel the pain for imposing the plastics on the planet. And I'd just like to also talk about the alternatives. You know, when we talk about paper, where does paper come from? So if paper is being made by cutting down trees, is that a viable alternative to plastic? Are we sort of passing off one value to the other? And I think that that's why we need a holistic look at plastics along the value chain and even the alternatives. Many places where they ban single use of plastic and bring alternatives, they tend sometimes to also be very destructive of the environment. And so we're talking about turning off the tap, but also mopping the floor.
Thank you, Patricia. And also, I can just think of an example that was shared recently from the advisor to the mayor of Bangkok here in Thailand. And they were saying as well as they're trying to work with one of the universities here to ban plastics from the school canteens, right? But the vendors that were selling the food, they found it very, very difficult because it would be an additional cost for them, right? To change from having these plastic containers to using other kind of materials. So in the end, the solution that they came up with was that they would subsidize these other kind of containers until it created a norm and a demand and strong enough from the students that they would demand and not agree to buy anything else, or until like that shift had happened. So I'm just saying also, like, we have to realize that there is also a cost to this, right? It's not going to be without an effort, and either there is an environmental cost or there's a monetary cost, or in the best scenario there, you know, we can also understand that in the long term it's actually something that we will gain from to do this kind of investments, right? And it's actually also a monetary gain. But just like to create those kind of like solutions where you make that effort, and either by regulation or by actually putting in the money. But also I think another example on this question on remedy that we can I think also learn from the oceans session that we were listening to just before lunch is how they were actually like a lot of young people today are actually using law to sue not only companies but countries and trying to, you know, access their justice, their environmental justice in this way. And this is a way to claim remedy, right? And I would like to see that we don't have to go that far. There should be other ways to do this, right? But this is like a concrete example of how this can be done and how vulnerable communities can actually like claim justice. But yeah, there should be other principles put in place to facilitate this in more local and more maybe not so like demanding ways. But just I want to see if we have any more questions from the audience. I think everyone is getting a bit tired now in the last session of the day. But yes, please, here in the middle, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to ask some question. What is the opportunity cost to produce one plastic bag, from your opinion? Thank you.
Could you also state your name and where you're from and who the question is for, please?
Yes, my name is Alex from Thai Customs Department. I work as the International Cooperation Mission.
And if I understand your question right, it's about what is the cost of producing a plastic bag in terms of, or sorry,
opportunity cost to produce one plastic bag in your opinion.
Okay. Do we have anyone from the panel who would like to answer that question? I have to say I do not know the answer to this.
can answer the earlier question.
Yes, please go ahead, Kabir. Sorry about that. I don't think we have an answer for your question. We'll have to keep that discussion. But please, Kabir.
Yeah, so one of the things, but when we are thinking about alternatives, we have to, I'm saying from the point of view of the people, my colleagues, I'm not talking about general zero waste context. One of the things what we have to look at is that if when we look at the whole supply chain, we need to see when we are producing something, does it get into recycling and get back into the system where it started from or not? And that needs to be done, whether it's paper, whether it's any other form of packaging. And right now it's just difficult because you have large chunk of informal waste recycling sector. There is very little communication on this side with the people who are making it. So you don't have a connection on the materials itself. The second point, which is when we are getting ecologically friendly materials to packaging, it is expensive because we are not counting the true cost of recovery, of recycling and everything. So this is why the current set of plastic bags that we are working with looks cheaper when it is in fact not cheaper, for a simple reason that it has huge environmental cost, health costs and other forms of cost. So that has to be kept in mind. The other set of things we may have to think through, we have started doing some work in Bangalore on waste management, which is largely about reduction of single-use plastic. What happens in that is that waste pickers provide waste management services in the event where materials are used like steel plates and the things which are not disposable and they are put back in the system. So you have some level of reduction. The other thing which is happening with a lot of our context is replacement of petrochemical based plastic with the bioplastic. Now we have a fundamental concern there is that bioplastic is a concern from agriculture, food security point of view, but leaving that aside, right now we don't have recycling systems to deal with bioplastics. And waste pickers are collecting, waste management facilities are also receiving it, but we don't know what to do. So some of those points which are not yet fixed, when we are talking about alternatives, we have to take a whole, what we started with, production to the end and see whether it goes back or not. And that element, that imagination, even within the alternatives is missing.
No, my
If I may
point
just
was
add a
more
quick,
about biodegradability and carbon footprint as well. Like everybody knows paper comes from the trees, but then the cost to the soil when it goes back to the soil, and carbon footprint. Like there's been talks of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but who does the UNEP or the governments who talks about the carbon footprint? And just saying that at scale there is no material available which is at par with plastic is something that is questionable because there are items from the marine ocean. They say, I'm not an expert on it, but definitely in India people are switching to paper and jute, but it's the consumer FMCG industry that needs to work harder.
if I may just quickly respond to both of the comments. So one is to build on your point, which is bioplastic doesn't mean biodegradable, And it's ironic, for example, in Thailand, there's an incentive for bioplastics. There's a tax incentive to use bioplastics, but not for biodegradable, So that's some of the policy frameworks we have to correct as we go along. But the understanding is also not there at this point in time, You make a good point about the fact that there are alternates to plastic. So I don't mean to say that there aren't any alternates at scale. It depends on the application you're looking for, So for certain applications, the requirements are quite specific and use certain types of plastic, and it might be harder to find an alternate at scale. And in some cases, it's more easier to find, but you must ensure the full traceability and, like you mentioned, the end-to-end environmental impact, because it's only more recently that industry has started. Actually, generating the data is not easy, to get the end-to-end. But now there are some models and there are some at least starting points we can use to say, hey, is this better than this? And when I said in some cases plastic turns out to be better, it is true because some plastic has been lightweighted a lot, in certain applications, and at that weight and that quantity of usage, it is the best for that application. So it's not one size fits all. It's very much horses for courses, and we must not ignore the opportunity of replacing wherever we can, which is why we say no plastic wherever we can. Agree with you, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel and to the audience. Do we have any concluding questions from the floor? No, it seems not. So I think because we are the last session of the day, I think people are in need of a last coffee. But I'm going to ask another question for all of our panelists before we end for today. And that is, again, I would like to put you on a spot and ask if you could give us one key recommendation for businesses and all of us here today to take further action to protect and promote environmental rights in relation to plastic pollution in Asia Pacific. What would that be? What would be your key recommendation? Starting from you, Patricia.
I think my recommendation is for us to take dealing with plastic pollution as a self-preservation, that we are all working towards a sustainable economy, a sustainable future. And that is why we shouldn't just seek to remove plastic and replace it with what? We should be considering the range of things that come, whatever alternative designs or whatever alternatives, at the end, we should ensure more sustainable future for all of us, and also think about at the end, where do all these things go? So that's why when you talk about carbon, we must think about it holistically, because it's about sustainability, not just about plastic in and of itself. Thank you.
Vivek, what do you say? What would be your one recommendation, please?
I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'll make one statement with a combination of recommendations. The first thing is we encourage every single business entity to make a commitment of their own. Whatever is right for your business, make a commitment. Second, support EPR and support the UN Plastic Treaty. It'll be good for all of us. And finally, go to our website, look up the Fair Circularity Initiative, which seeks to integrate the informal sector into the fair process. So we would encourage participation of more entities into that initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Madhusri.
So my one recommendation to businesses would be recognizing that the businesses are not monolithic structures, to have conversations between your human rights teams, your sustainability teams, and your procurement teams. Procurement teams are really the ones actually, going out there to ensure the recycled plastic is collected, but they need to be made aware of the targets that the companies have committed to. They need to be aware of what the human rights frameworks the companies have committed to. So the internal capacity building between the teams and businesses is really important to ensure it's actually applied in practice.
Thank you so much. Kabir, what do you say?
One of my key favorite recommendation always is that the informal waste recycling sector in a way is not yet, the workforce is not organized. So if you want a traceable, transparent supply chain for extended producers' responsibility, the first thing starts with financially supporting the organizing work of the workforce within the informal waste recycling sector, specifically waste pickers. If you have organized the waste pickers, you have a cooperative or the trade union or the collective in other form, which is working with you. And then you know that you have a sustainable supply of fair plastics, and then you can negotiate, because if you go out and find individual waste pickers to work with, I don't think you will ever manage to have transparency and traceability, because you may have to deal with some 200 or 300 different entities and individuals. But if you sort of financially support organizing and waste pickers organizations, associations, and other forms of collectives, it gives you a sense that you can pass on the responsibility to recover the material, and it will be fairer to all the parties, and there will be a partnership of equals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting the importance of organizing. And I think, this is a key recommendation when it comes to many areas of environment, the importance of working and involving groups in vulnerable situation and also supporting their organization. I would just like to see, again, if we can hear from the audience, do you think that you have a better idea now of what a human rights-based approach in relation to the plastic value chain is? Raise your hand if you do. A little bit, yeah. I think we got a bit about half the audience at least, so that's a very good sign. Since we have a few more minutes, I just want to see, is there anyone from the panel who would like to add something or make any last words before we finish for today? Vivek.
Just a small joke, actually.
Perfect.
I'm sorry we did not answer the question of the gentleman from the Customs Department. When the Customs Department asks you for value of something, nobody wants to answer. There'll be a tax on it. Sorry about that, but I really don't know the answer to your question. Yeah.
Kabir, you have something on your mind?
Yes, I think one of the things we started with is the plastics treaty and the just transition. We need support on the table from every party, from business coalition, from the environmental organization to emphasize on just transition. Waste pickers have been championing the discussion of just transition and plastics treaty negotiation since UNEP 5.2. It is quite sad that we have a text where waste pickers are not mentioned in the just transition section. All the language is proposed by waste pickers. That's there. We are happy about that, but we need to put the waste pickers back in the agenda of the plastics treaty. Thank you.
Great final words. With that, I think I'm not going to keep you any longer from the coffee, and we're going to conclude this session for the day a few minutes early, actually, which is very unusual. But I thank you all for the very interesting discussion, and yeah, there is also going to be a closing session, and I think.
Yes,
Sheila, yeah.
so the closing plenary will be happening right after this session in the conference room 3, starting from 3:30. And after the closing plenary, there will be a networking and a coffee. Please feel free to enjoying the moment at the building. So after this session, we can move to the conference room 3 right away, maybe around 3:30. I think there will be wrapping up soon as well in that room.
Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in the conference room 3. A big applause to our panel, please. Thank you. You also.
We will see you in Nairobi. Yes. Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
You'll be at the ISC 3.
I will be at ISC 3.
Awesome. We have a very strong union in Kenya.
Yeah, I know. That's great that you can bring on this very important among the okay. Oh yeah, the moderator. So maybe in front here, and then you.
report. We'll make sure to disseminate that widely when it's finished. There will be some video products as well, and indeed our photographer will have photos uploaded on a shared drive for, especially for the speakers. But like this is a closing ceremony, and sometimes it's underpopulated in large conferences. That's not the case here. We still have a very packed room, and we had some interesting statistics to share at the end about the composition of the room. I'm going to have somebody send me a WhatsApp message on the final tally, but we were going for a wider business engagement this time. We didn't make that explicit, but we did want to appeal to the business sector, the private sector, to join us in greater numbers on this occasion than in others. It's only because we can't do it without business, and yet there is a. I'm going to have somebody send me a WhatsApp message on the final tally, but feeling that business is starting to shy away. There are other conferences too for them to attend where they don't run into controversy so much, where their friends, longtime friends and colleagues are at the podium with them, surrounding them. They are in their comfort zone there, and I don't blame them for choosing those venues. So it is sometimes it feels like a uphill task to encourage business to attend these kinds of conferences, multi-stakeholder conferences at the United Nations. I won't kid you, it's not always easy. In fact, we had some valued private sector partners say, you know, I'd like to speak, but I want to watch this time. I want to see how it goes. I believe we had a very constructive, respectful conversation between people, even as people did not self-censor. They said what they felt. The questions from the audience were honest. I'm very, very pleased with that bit of it. And so, just a quick review. I started off our conversation at the beginning of our Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference by saying I hope three things would happen. One, that you go back home to wherever that may be with actionable information, and I hope you have. Two, that we develop get towards a common vocabulary so we can speak with more precision about controversial topics. And three, that you would feel more comfortable working across business, civil society, government, so that we could truly join forces going forward. So my comment about engaging business, bringing business here, making them feel comfortable is towards that last end. They're the group that feels sometimes